Oh, come on. Hold on, webcam's not plugged. Oh, webcam's not plugged in, that's why. Lol. Let's just go here for a second. Where is the webcam? There you are. Wonder why nothing just happened when I plugged that in. It's because it wasn't plugged in. Properties. The Vive? Hold on. Is that working? No. No, the Vive's not hooked up. That'd be funny because the Vive is the headset camera's over there. It would work, but... Alright, come on, Pro Webcam... Ah, there it is. There we go. Alright, let's go back to me full. There we go. Alrighty. Hello. Can we hear me? Yeah, it looks like the microphone is going. Get a little closer. But yes, hello, welcome everyone. We'll let everyone sort of start to trickle in. It's block. It's land. It's giving block, it's giving land. I got myself a bag of Doritos from the vending machine before I got here. Actually, it's kind of dark. I don't like this blue light on me. I'm gonna plug in my other light. Woo! There we go. I'm a little overblown now. Can we fix? Figure video. Where is exposure? Here we go. Just way too high. Yeah, that's probably gonna... There we go. Too dark. Too bright. I think that's probably the best. I don't like autofocus being on either. Okay, that should look good. Alright. Anyway. So. I don't know how many people are going to actually get in here, but it's okay. We'll just get started. I'm just kind of goofing around anyway. So, today, I'd like to make a, I don't know how I want to put it, sort of semi-announcement, but not like an announcement. It's not like a big thing. But it's something that I've been sort of developing throughout the last week and a half. I've been really thinking, what do I want to do now that I got done with the prequel trilogy? I was like, do I want to move on to the original trilogy? Do I want to move on to something original? Do I want to move on to something else entirely? And I kind of have decided, I think I want to move on to another parody that's within the same realm of, like, world that is Star Wars. And that parody, I think, is Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, because I think that also has a bunch of iconic scenes in it that could be fun to recreate and would give me a lot of experiments I get to run with how to make different kinds of machinima, because obviously I'm also, I guess, sort of following the Traveler's Tales like mentality of like follow up my Lego Star Wars games with Lego Indiana Jones, so I'm going to do kind of the same thing. But anyways, so what's special about this, though, and why I'm announcing it here right now instead of just, like, going on and doing it without anyone being aware, is, let me pull it up here. So I've already started writing the script, right? And I've had this idea, right? No, I still use this really old version of Celtics, and so every time it turns on, it has to tell me that the Amazon web doesn't work anymore. No fucking shit. It's old. But anyway, so I've got, let's see, how many pages is this? Whoop. There we go. Yes, I know. So I got 3 pages, yep. So about 3 minutes of the movie is already written, out of the eventual 20 minutes I'd like to do. But what makes this an interesting project, and what I think I want to, and why I want to do it, and I was talking to the people over on the BLC Discord, is basically, I wanted Behind the Bricks to always be... Oh, hang on, I'm moving my camera. I just realized. Fart noises. I made Behind the Bricks originally as a substitute for the series I wanted to do that was ultimately about doing Blockland tutorials. I mean, I'm sure you remember, I don't have to necessarily pull it up, but I will real quick. You know, how to make Blockland Machinima. And I started with writing, right? There it is. So I'm not going to actually play it. I just wanted to bring it up and reference it. Oh, my face is in the way. There you go. But I wanted to bring this up and reference it, right? So originally I always wanted to make a series sort of in this vein where it was like explaining how to do stuff. And each time I get stuck with, like, I mean, this one, obviously, good question. How do I make things serious? And I got to talk about tone. But it's like, so the only things I've ever really talking about then are story, and then, like, this guy with, like, tone, right? How to take Blockland seriously when I did the sort of, you know, when Behind the Bricks, the only actual real episode I did. So ultimately, I didn't get to talk about any kind of, like, technique or any kind of, like, actual in-game stuff. And so that's what I think I want to ultimately do with this project, is to make it Lego Indiana Jones parody, whatever. Oh, there I am, haha. But also make it a behind-the-scenes thing. Make it behind the bricks, so to speak. Make it so that it is like, from get, you see me from start to finish how I make Machinima, so that if you want to make Machinima, I'm not saying that I'm going to do it the way you have to do it. Rather, this is just a way I want to do it. But if you think you can be inspired... So I'm like eating on the stream, but I don't know if that's couth or not. But if you want to be inspired to do the things that I do, then I'm going to show you how I do it from a perspective like this. So that's what some of the streams will become, I think, as we move on. And so to start, I'm going to go over... Go into... General? Yeah. Here we go. So this is what I'm gonna do the idle place, basically. So that's where I want to start. And so I want to show you how I build sets with filming in mind, and how, like we were doing with the Izar Tower, but with a little more, we're gonna get a lot more emphasis on like special stuff, like how I make props, how I make, you know, all this sorts of stuff. And obviously that starts with the build. So that's why I'm going to go over in the next 4 hours as we go, you know, in the stream. Feel free to ask questions, of course, but I'm going to try to go over how I build stuff with filmmaking in mind. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some... So I believe it's called the Temple of the Golden Idol in the movie. So we got to see if we can't find some good... And obviously, maybe it's not called that. Maybe that's just what the Lego set is called. But... pretty good Lego set, but obviously it's a diorama, and I want to actually build the real thing. So let's go ahead and try to find Raiders movie set. I want to specifically try to find the movie set. And that's how I found this picture. Yes. And the idol is inspired by fertility statues. This is a good picture. I guess we could just pull up the scene, couldn't we? That might be how the best way we're going to find reference photos. So let's pull it up. So this is... So actually, obviously we're doing parody, right? So when you're doing parody, like Star Wars, like Block Wars, a lot of what I do is, of course, just look at the original sets. So, I don't know how I feel about Indy's hat with the hair, but yeah, I don't know about the new Indy figure either. I like the old just hat. But anyway, so let's look up Indiana Jones Golden Idol scene, and we'll scrub through and find some stuff in there as well. Here we go. Let's pull up, yeah, let's pull up the 4K scan. Why not? Looks like I've been watching this recently. Or at least at some point. Actually, yeah, I think I was in the last week or two. I pulled this up. Probably to do exactly what we're doing right now. So there we go. So actually, so this is kind of what I'm looking to build. Right? So this hour stuff. Of course, YouTube is going to be super stuttery because I'm streaming. But let's go a little bit farther back here. Okay, so we're going to build, so we got to build kind of like this area here. This little, like, like in the opening of the movie, the little water area, a little bit of the forest. And there's a waterfall. So we'll have to try to get... I'm going to see if we can't get procedural terrain generator. Here we go. And what we can't get going with some of the more organic shapes. And then we're going to get into some handcrafted stuff when we get closer to this. And that's how, when we get into it, I have some ideas for what I want to do, how I want to do the bricks and stuff. So we're going to add a lot of details in there too. So I'm hoping by the end of this stream we'll have a usable set. And depending on how fast I go, you know, if it ends up taking me half that time and we get a little bit of time, maybe I'll film a few things, you know, just for the sake of it. But ultimately we're going to try to build the set first. Because I do have an Indiana Jones hat. We could do some preliminary test footage, basically. I don't think I have a print or a face or anything done yet. But I do have the hat because I was thinking about doing this before. So, yeah, okay. So I'm going to actually, I am going to take some screenshots here and try to, you know what? We're going to go really super official. I don't normally go this, like, super duper organized, but we'll go organized. I'll actually open up a doc for this. You can tell the last time I used this particular Google account. The restoring of Izar. Real quick tangent, just because I saw it. I want to see what it said. I think that was the document I was using to, yep. This was the script. I like these quotes. Huh. I got pretty far in the script. Anyway, that's interesting. But you can tell I haven't used it in a while. So let's go ahead and create a new doc. And we're going to try to capture all of our screenshots into one place. So let's think. Yeah, I guess we could just use the capture software I have, but no, because I just want to be able to save them onto this. Oh boy, I just dropped my water bottle. Woo! I'm okay, but now my lap's all wet. But anyway, so let me see. Where do I want to keep this? Well, I guess it can be fine. It can just be stored on the internet. Whatever. So I'm just going to take a couple of screenshots. So this is why I didn't want to use this particular program, because I knew it was going to take a little bit of time, because it's going to upload everything to the internet, which is fine. I can have them archived later. I'm going to put them in a Google Doc anyway, so they're going to be on the internet. So, it didn't even work. Alright. Fine. We'll do it the stupid way. And again, I'm not going to bother opening up Photoshop, because I don't care. I don't like giving Adobe money, even though I didn't pay for it. Allegedly. Forget what my monitor, so I will actually just go with the 1020 by 1080, or 1980 by 10. You know what I'm trying to say. 1920 by 1080. There we go. Okay, so yeah, my monitor is 2K, but it'll fit. So we're just gonna grab. This way we can just grab the stuff that I want to grab anyway, and I think I could just copy paste it directly into the dock, right? Nope, of course not. Alright, whatever. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna... No, you know what? Actually, that might work, wouldn't it? Can I redo that? Yeah. Let's crop it, because then I can just, yeah, I know what I'm gonna do here. So, okay, so let's keep scrubbing through. So that's like an incline, right? So we'll have to build that. I'm gonna probably take another screenshot here. Should be able to fit that in now. So we'll just export each of these layers individually. And then So a lot of Indiana Jones is shot in shadows. Okay, man, I really cannot. Sorry, I'm gonna cheat. Created Tron World. I took as many screenshots of the Tron Legacy city as possible. Yeah, I mean, Tron Legacy stuff, that set design is fantastic. And to rebuild that stuff in bricks is, like, amazing. Show me some screenshots of that when you get a chance. I wanna look at that build. I love this stuff from Tron. I love Tron Legacy. I haven't seen the new one, though. Tron Airs or whatever it's called. Okay, I want to keep that, too. So that's our little, like, opening. And, of course, I don't really care if my playhead is in the picture or not. So these are some good close-ups of it. So let's take a screenshot there. And of course, yes, it's just a dirt floor. Tron Ares is a movie. Here we go. Here's it. So here's where the shot changes. So then we're gonna have to create this sort of like spidery cave. But we're not necessarily going to so that's the thing. So I should say too, real quick. So in my script, the way I have it written right now is that we basically go directly from the scene in the water where he's whipped the guy's gun out of his hand, and then they walk into the entrance of the cave. I'm going to skip the bit where he gets the tarantulas on him, because we're trying to condense for time. Tron Ares is a 9-inch nails ammo with a movie attached to it. Not bad, just extremely unremarkable. And literally everyone thinks that the Tron Legacy Income Tower is better than Ares Income Tower. Yep, I agree. Legacy, I mean, okay, so every Tron movie is flawed in one way or another, because each of them tries to do something, I think, more than they're capable of, even because obviously in the 80s, the technology, I don't think people quite understood the themes that were being presented to them, so I think that's partially why it seemed so otherworldly to, I think, audiences, and that's why that movie kind of flopped. Legacy was, I mean, you could even argue that Legacy was a Daft Punk album with a movie attached to it, but the Legacy movie at least was something more, had at least an idea. It wasn't a perfectly executed idea, and I think they kind of rushed the ending a little bit, in my opinion. It kind of feels like you're going somewhere, and then it sort of feels like you get there a little too fast for me. But otherwise, great little, like, homage to the original. I liked Kevin Flynn being reprised by Jeff Bridges, and, like, his performance as the character was very much, you know, Big Lebowski meets Tron. I don't know. But, yeah. Okay, that's fair. I haven't even heard the music. I like 9 Inch Nails. But I wanted to hear the music, too. But yeah, anyway, but what was I saying? So Tron, I don't know. And then the next one, I don't know. I feel like that one is just burdened by being a sequel for the sake of being a sequel. I know Legacy was a legacy sequel, so to speak, but was it at least felt wanted. You know, where you're like, this is a movie that everyone really likes, and they didn't get a lot of press at the time, and was maybe a cult classic, so it makes sense to give the cult classic, you know, because everything in the 80s was kind of being revitalized anyway. The third Tron movie just doesn't feel, I don't know, necessary? I don't know. Okay, I like this. So we got, the Shaft of Light. We got to have that, because I do have a scene where that happens. So let's pull that out. These are delicious grapes. I'm sorry that I'm munching on them. Got this great shot of Harrison Ford here. So obviously we're gonna do the skull guy. But some of this can be left to interpretation, obviously. I don't need these to be one-to-one recreations. I can go ahead and just probably use spears because it's Blockland, and I want there to still be like some Blocklandiness to it, of course. So And yes, the reason I am watching it also in really tiny and with the sound off and everything is so that the stream does not get flagged for copyright. Okay, so this, here we go. This is a great shot. I want to be able to get this part, especially. So I think there's a reverse shot of this too. So let's see if we can get the other side when hopefully it cuts to Harrison here. There we go. Yep. No, I did not need that to go full screen. Please go back. Here we go. Let's try this again. Go. That's a quick. Okay, that's a quick shot. I gotta be fast. I'm sure there's another one probably down the road, but I want to get this one while I'm here. Have to listen to. Yeah, I'll listen to it again. That would be again if that was something I felt comfortable playing without getting copyright stricken. I would listen to the album as well while we were doing this. And then maybe we should probably get a shot of what it looks like from the inside, just in case. Because obviously, I mean, that's what I love about this set, is that this is clearly styrofoam. That's clearly not much deeper than it actually is, you know. And of course, the hole itself is a matte painting, and you never see down it. Okay, here's another good shot. I'm going to need this angle and this thing, because I'm trying to capture the feel, and obviously this gives us a good indication of what like the walls and the floor looks like. And we're going to hope that when we can bathe this thing in shadow, so to speak, we can actually get it to look pretty close to the, oh, there we go. That's a good shot of the idol. So what I'm thinking of too is how I want to do these. This is a good shot too to take a screenshot of, because that's like kind of gives us the whole shape of that room, and it looks like the top is open there, of course. So, but what I was saying was though, how do I want to? So I want to do these bricks. We use prints for matte paintings. Oh, that's funny. I've thought of that. Legitimately like doing a matte painting in Blockland and see what that would look like. I don't think it's impossible, but yeah, it would, like Bake said, it would be cool, but it would be complex. But it isn't to say we can't try it. Hell, we could try it once. I'm down to try anything at least once. But anyway, what I was saying about these bricks. So what I want to do, and here I think I can actually just probably show exactly what I want to do. I want to just make them facades, right? And the way I'm going to achieve that, so let's create a cube. I don't have a default cube to delete. I don't do tutorials like that. I don't kill them cubes. I make my own. But anyway, let's just see what a 1x1 would look like, right? And then probably make this. Apply it to scale. So probably make this a 2x2, and then I don't know, 5 high. Maybe 4. So let's just assume this is our brick, right? And again, if we're doing this in Blender scale, if like I've always said, Blockland for some reason is half this scale, so I don't know, but whatever. So my thinking is, right? So I'm gonna go in and imagine this is the face of our brick, and I want to apply just a couple of loop cuts just to sort of create the facade of bricks, right? Maybe like this, something like this. Oops, yeah, something down the middle there. And so then I'm thinking like just a couple of these, pull their faces out. And hold on, individual origins. I'm using a different blender, so it's like suddenly I can't remember how to do it. Whatever. I know I need to do it. There is no whatever about this one. Hold on. How do I do it in this version of Blender? Don't tell me either. I want to find it. Here we go. Okay. Individual orders. So yeah, something like this, right? So then I can create a few more brick facades. Maybe just a little less. And like these, maybe a little more. And this one. Oops. I don't know, something like this, so that you get, you know, well, whoops, hang on. No, I didn't mean to do that. How do I step forward again? Ugh. This is what I get for using an older version of Blender when I haven't been using it in a while. And suddenly it feels strange. There's a way to go forward. Is it Control-Shift-Z? Yes, okay, there we go. But anyway, so you start to see what I'm saying there, obviously. And what I want to do is once I've made my brick facades... Sorry, let me fix this one. I can turn the snapping off now because I'm not... There we go. Once I've made my brick facades, I'm thinking I can even go so far as to like kind of really goof with them a little bit. Just so they look a little bit... Oops. Have I been doing that to all of them? No, I haven't. So they're just a little bit off kilter. And then I think I can how do I want to do this? Well, what does this look like? That's the question. How does this look like when it's been arrayed correctly? Not too bad. The variations aren't super great, and it might not loop exactly the way I want it to. Yeah, that might look a little too samey for bricks, so hold on. So we're gonna have to whoop. Probably not like that. Remove doubles. Did that work? No, it didn't. Okay. What did I do wrong? Oh, I see. Just want these to line up. I don't know if that's going to be perfect enough or not. Probably not. Yeah, whatever. It's not... You know what? I know what I can do. Hang on. Duh. Go back to my array modifier. Do it like this. Let's do, say, 3. Do you like to eat B? Do you like the Star Wars Holiday Special? I've thought of also doing a parody of the Holiday Special. Honestly, doing that as an April Fool's at Christmas time or whatever. Not that, you know, not that that makes any sense, but you know what I mean. Okay, so anyway, so now that I've made the duplications, I think I can probably create some differentiations here that can be noticeable. Or rather, to say, we'll make the tiling look a little better. Star Warriors, Galaxies Far Away, featuring Door Ladder, Karate Farmer, and Wise Puppet. Wise Puppet, my favorite Star Wars character. Oops. So something, you know, just enough variation here. So it's still, well, that might even still be too much. Maybe we should even probably combine some. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's put these together at their centers. How does that look? Something like that. We're gonna even bulge it out a little bit. Now I think if I try to apply remove doubles. Yes, 20 vertices. There we go. And then same thing for some of these actually. Let's merge these at their centers. Maybe these two. Cool. Probably shade smooth. Put that edge modifier, edge split modifier. There we go. These are starting to look a little like rocks. Whoops. That didn't actually do anything other than... There we go. That's better. Some of these could be merged as well. These two. So now we've got, you know, a little more of a substandard rock face here. And I was even going to say I could probably take just some random ones and just sort of do something like this. Just to really give us some nice variation, you know, to our rock face. So, I mean, again, pretty blocky, but the idea will be once it's actually in the game, it shouldn't be too bad. Because what I want to do next is I'd like to greeble it. So this is part of what I'm trying to do. So this is what I'm trying to accomplish here. So I'm trying to greeble it now. And what will it look like attached to itself? I guess I don't need that anymore. I can just flat shade it. But what will it look like going up? That is also something to think about. So let's put an array up that way. So if we make it tall, that's a pretty good flat, like carved, but still like, you know, handmade whatever. Because I thought about adding also some like extra details, like some scratches to the rock and whatnot. And I mean, I could do that. Like I could add a loop cut into some of these and maybe, you know, add a bevel to some of these and I don't know, scale that. It doesn't really look that great, to be honest. So maybe not. Hold on, maybe I could do something like just bevel these. That only beveled that. That's funny. I wanted to just bevel the thing. Control Shift B. Right? There we go. That's what it is. Control Shift B. Maybe I can do this to some of these. Just to find some of the more, what's the word I'm trying to find? You know, just some more variation to the rock pattern. So yeah, so there we go. That's pretty good. That looks like some rocky rocks, right? So I want to greeble it with some plant life. And so I wanted to do that was I wanted to actually go to the archive because I think I know where there are some plant bricks, right? Plants, here we go. And if these are what I think they are, no, they're all BLBs, but there's a way to convert BLBs. I have this converter, but I forget where I put it, but I can find it later probably, right? BLB to OBJ. That still exists, right? Oh, I have this. Well, that's the importer. Do I have the exporter? Oh, I have the importer. I don't need the... That's right. I can... Okay. We're good. Okay, let's take these. Probably not the palm, but the fern. Well, these still aren't the ones I wanted either, though, are they? I was thinking of... Aren't there ones that are, what's the word I'm looking for? bevel feeling. I have a bevel feeling about this. What's the word I'm looking for? Vines? Aren't there vines? No. Foliage? There it is. Brick foliage pack. That could work too. Let's see what you've got going on inside. Cactus, tree, generic tree, bushes, rocks, ferns, rocks, palm grass. That could be what I want. Actually, the palm grass. Is this what I'm thinking of? Like the... Oh, and large vines. This is exactly what I want. Okay, so let's pull some of this stuff out, actually. Because we're going to need the BLB import. Ah, and I said I didn't want to open Photoshop, and there it goes. Alright, whatever. So let's go. I've got a folder already dedicated here. Blockland projects, Blockiana Jones, Raiders. What was I doing? Dial of Destiny. Oh, I don't know what I was doing with Dial of Destiny. Models. We're going to create a new folder. Actually, this should be called hats. Clearly, I didn't put anything. There we go. And then even while we're going farther, this should be called hat_indie. So this is what I mean. I have the indie hat already ready. That should be in its own folder right there. Alright, what is this? Well, okay, so these are good. That's probably what... I could use the leaves. Let's get out of Photoshop. Alright. Anyway, models. Let's go back. Okay, so we're going to call this brick facade. Facade. There we go. Brick facade. And we're going to make a subfolder here real quick just called foliage. And in that folder is where I'm going to take out all of the BLBs that I want. Because I want them to look like bricks. Oh, there was a vine in here too. So yeah, let's pull all of these out. And then same thing. Sort by type. Oops. Going the wrong direction. Here we go. Let's pull all these BLBs out. Copy, paste. Okay, and now real quick too, we're just going to save as what we're working on. Blockiana Jones, Raiders, models, brick facade. We're going to just save it as brick facade. Blend file. Okay, cool. Now, so we should be able to, if I still have it installed, which I'm almost positive I do, import... No, I don't have it installed. Oh, I might have it installed for a newer one. That's fine. Let's go get it, though, real quick, then. Does it say what it uses? It does not appear to work to 2.67, so possibly any version under that. Well, then it should work with mine. I don't know. Let's make sure. Oops. To just use Dropbox? I mean, I know it well. Alright, Dropbox, I guess. That does make sense. I don't know why I'm so hungry. The whole time you're staring at my password. Okay, there we go. Okay. Thank you for showing up. Obviously, yeah, this one's not going to be as long. Well, I mean, it's going to be the same time spent. I'm going to go till 8, but obviously with not being a hangout stream, it's a little more chill this week, so. Anyway, what are we doing? Okay. So I got my downloaded. Let's install it. Preferences. Install from file. In the downloads. BLB importer. There we go. Import brick. Yeah. I guess, yeah, that's right. Anyway, so now I should be able to import BLB. Because I did have it at one point, I guess. Maybe that's why I had 2 to turn on. But okay, whatever. So I want to get just the vines. So vine, let's pull up the first one called vine. Ah, the importer didn't work. What about, maybe that's the wrong one. Let's try this one. Please work. No, why not? Okay, so the BLB is not working. Why? I had it working before. I've done this before. I hate when things don't work. I'm sure it's not because I have two. Roaming data, roaming data. Let's just remove them both. And just start again. Maybe this will work. Probably not. Sometimes these things just have a tendency of... Oh, why are there still two? Let's restart Blender entirely and see what happens. Logging in. Alright. Even if we start fresh here. Oh, see, okay, so that didn't even stay on. So let's go back to user preferences, BLB. Turn it on. Save user settings. Close. And now, I should just have one. And it should... Hopefully... No. Cannot read brick side. Oh, okay, hold on. Why? So... Execute. No, see, there's a problem in the codes itself. So it's like, that's not working. Did I use it in a different Blender? I don't think so. Because I made the Obi-Wan and Anakin, the flotillas that they fight on in the in the lava. I used a special brick for that. So okay, hold on. What am I doing wrong here? Yeah. It's just old, I suppose. Oh, Blockland folder must be in Documents Blockland. Oh, wait. Hold on. Is this what I think it is still? BLB to OGA? So it did exist, though, right? Well, okay. I guess I'll just have to make them myself. I was hoping to save some time, but this shouldn't be too hard. I just want some Lego vines, right? I'm specifically thinking of, like, these pieces and these pieces. So, whatever. I'll just make them myself then real quick, I suppose. So they're just kind of a flat, so we're gonna make a cylinder. I like to use 12 because I feel like that's kind of the Blockland standard. I'm going to scale that down to a half of its size. Scale the Z down to, oops, a third of its size. And I'm going to turn my snapping on for just a second. Make sure this is all lined up. No, you know what? I don't like that. Hold on. Because here, okay, 1.2 is a regular brick. Apply the scale. And then make that a third, right? That should be... I don't know, I usually do it. My brain's not... I'm not in the mood to do the math right now. Oh, here we go. 0.2. That's what I mean to do, not 0.3. Okay, there we go. So, yeah. So there's our standard round. So we're going to just kind of just do the same. So a Blockland round, I'm pretty sure, does this. I don't know the exact dimensions. I just scale it down a little bit, and just usually that works enough for me. Someone made those Lego bamboo pieces at some point. I think so too, but... Alright, then I shade smooth. Then you apply an edge modifier, edge split, and boom, you got yourself a Lego round, or a Blockland round. And actually, maybe this could even be down farther, couldn't it? Yep, there we go. That looks right. So that's just a nice Lego stud. So, okay, and then, so we're going to add our... So if I can find a top-down view of these, and actually, what we could probably go to is Mecha Bricks, or something like it, which is just Lego Digital Designer online. Log into that. Yeah, take my password. And then I just want the workshop real quick, because I'm sure I can find the brick. Plants. Here we go. this brick. Like, I want to know how these leaves look, right? Oops. I don't want to rotate it. I want the camera. There we go. It's almost like popsicle sticks with tongues. Right? I don't know why I thought it wasn't a 1x1 round and anything different. But whatever. I guess, yeah, we can operate with this. We'll do the both of them, I guess. So, alright. So, popsicle stick is what we're looking at. So let's see. So I'm going to just start with a cube. Where did it go? I'm going to scale it down to about yay. Size, a little bit smaller. And same thing on the Z. Actually, probably by exactly half. Whoops. Scale Z half. And we're going to scale the X up a little bit. Yeah, so something like that. And then I'm going to apply that modifier to it, the subsurface, not subsurface, you know what I'm trying to, yeah, subsurface modifier, to subdivide modifier, whatever. And to give it more of a plant-like, I'm going to give it a loop cut here, and a loop cut here. So again, there's our popsicle sticks shape, so to speak. I've been saying so to speak a lot today, I've noticed. And I think we can get away with like the little tongue shape if I just scale this on the Z-axis. Yep. So we're doing good on that. And then, so how do they curve it? Just kind of out. Yeah, just kind of down. So you know what? I'm gonna do this with a curve modifier. Oh, I should have probably done these too. That's okay, they want to be a little bit different. So yeah, let's do a curve modifier. Why not? Because the curve modifier will give us the exact shape that I want. So I'm just going to pull a path here. I'm going to apply, oh, wait, just noticed something looks wrong here. That's why. There we go, okay. So modifier, curve modifier, apply the curve to this one. Now, if I edit this curve, should let us, yep, but oh wait, it's not, hold on, there we go. Let's put the curve in it. Oh, and you know why that's not? I just realized because we need more loop cuts in it. And we can probably go a little bit more dramatic on this curve here, can't we? Yep. That's pretty good. I like that, right? That's pretty plant-like. So, okay, so let's apply that curve modifier. Let's smooth shade it. Put our edge split on it. And boom. Let's give it a stem. Whoops. There we go. Just bevel that out a little bit. And then extrude. And then boom. There's our plant leaf. Set its origin to geometry. And put it right. Actually, we can rotate a little bit to get that exactly where we want it. And we can even maybe scale it down just a little bit. We can delete this curve, but there. Maybe scale it on the Y a little bit too. So that's our plant, right? I like that. That's pretty good. So we're gonna make it, so how does they do it in Lego? They do it in the threes, right? So like corner and then, okay, so we'll do the same thing. Let's actually move our origin point to the stem. Put it at a good spot here. Rotate the Z-axis by 90 degrees. Do the same thing. Rotate on the Z-axis negative 45 degrees. And fit it somewhere in like that. And now we've got ourselves a plant. And I'm also noticing, does it get smaller? It does. I forgot I went far too popsicle. So real quick, before I actually do the duplication, let's fix our first one. Do a quick grab on the scale. Turn on proportional editing, and boom. There it is. Now it looks the way I wanted it to. I knew I was forgetting something. So real quick, same thing. Rotate Z, 90. Rotate Z, negative 45. Fix the 90. Fix the 45. Boom. A plant. Alright, now I'm going to join all these together so that they're all the same block. And then I'm going to do one more. I'm going to duplicate this. And we are going to bring it up to the height of a full brick, which is just doing it like this, right? Oh, hang on, turn proportional off. So it's 4, and then another 4. So that's our full brick. So now we can probably, well, so let's see, how does Lego do it? Ah, okay, that's what I thought. So this one's kind of up here. This one is kind of where it is, and then this one is sort of like in the middle. Yeah. So there. So now we got some perfectly good plant bricks. And then I also wanted to see what a vine looked like. So what's a Lego vine look like? I mean, something like this. Like, oh, this thing. This guy. You know the one. I think that's the one you're talking about, right? Or maybe not. But I know what. Didn't. Oh, don't I have those pieces from Naboo? Well, no, because I'm not building with these. I'm actually... Okay, so let's see. So I want one of these pieces. So how does this look? So this is essentially... Okay. This might actually even be more complex than I necessarily want to go, because I have these. And then I was thinking of, like, just legitimately doing a curve, but... No, you know what? Let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Just because I want the variety, so... And see, the cool thing is once I'm done building this brick as a facade that'll sit on top of you know, other bricks, then it will just I can apply it to any brick that I want, and it'll be the right facade for that brick. So that's the idea. So anyway, so let's see, how do we want to do this? So this is just 2 rounds. So we're gonna probably get. We can probably get away with just duplicating this. Selecting all of our plants and just completely deleting them. And then, because this is a single stud, so what we can do, oops, I need to hide these, I don't want to see them. Put this back in the center. Okay, so I'm thinking, so here's what we're looking at, right? If we pull this down like this, I should be able to do something like that, right? So that gives us closer to this shape, but in like the Blockland style. And now, how many studs away from it? Oh, I keep thinking I'm in Blender again. How many studs away is this actually? One, 2, 3, 4. Duh. I can count. Okay, so what we're actually looking at then is... oh. Why isn't it... Right, like that? Well, maybe it would help if I do this. It's so weird that it's like not snapping to the bigger grid, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, okay. And then I could probably... because these are connected, and then there's a... I wish this was newer Blender and I could just bridge these two together, but I can't, so we're gonna have to do it the hard way. At least if there is a way to do that in this older version of Blender. I don't know how to do it. I'm sure there might have been, but I'll do it the hard way, because why not? I don't care. Whoops. That's why we don't do it the hard way, dummy. like, nah, they would have been doing it this way. This is how you would have done it back in the day. So who cares? Okay, so there's our little bone shape. And then I'm thinking probably... so these have to go like that. And like that. And then we're gonna... Oops. I want it to be all of them. Thank you. And real quick, make the faces up here. And also mesh normals. Calculate. Oh! Recalculate. Outside, please. Thank you. Okay. And then how did they do... So these are actually only half or whatever. So we're gonna boop, boop. So these only go up to here. Yeah, about. Those only go up to there. Alright, now I gotta do this again. So I gotta do... Whoa, what's off with that? Glad I looked at that. I goofed on which vertices to fill. There we go, okay. So I was gonna say, so real quick, I think I need to do a loop cut. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a cut right here, here, and here. So 3 cuts. So probably one down the middle there, and one right. About here, or here, I mean. And then that should go, and then these will angle out, and then those will angle out. So, yeah, so if I did that right, what I want it to do, oh, and get rid of these faces, and nope, wrong one, these faces. And then that should line up the way I think it does and give us the shape we want. I might have to move those forward a bit because that's going to be a little too tight actually, but... And then I think I need another loop cut on each of these to achieve that shape and that shape. Oops. Oh no, see what I do again. How do I manage to do that? It's because I'm working in orthopedic mode. I can't see the shapes right. My brain's like, it's math. Those dots all right where they're supposed to be. Oops, that one was just missing it. Okay, yeah, so like that. And obviously they go up a little bit, but that's okay because I don't care. I was thinking, so this one goes up a little. Oh, no, I just want it to select that part, right? There we go. Let me just find where that makes the right shape. And then, oh no, that's the wrong one, that's why. Same thing, but in the other direction I meant. There we go. So let's just, where it finds a full shape. Pretty good. And actually, I don't quite like that. So we are just gonna cheat a little, I guess, if we have to. Why did that happen like that? Hold on. That's weird that that has a face like that. Did that just appear like that? Did I miss that in a loop cut or something? I have no idea. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I have no idea how that happened. Whatever. So now these will actually line up better anyway. So, same thing with this. We're just going to delete the faces that are across from it. And we should be able to bridge them as well. And create the full shape we're looking for. I like to do the outsides first, just because that's how my brain feels better about filling them in. can pull out a orthoscopic mode as well, so I can actually see what I'm doing. How does that look? How's this looking? It's looking pretty good, actually. This is looking exactly like the Lego. Now, if I were really smart, I would take the time to turn this into an actual BLB or whatever. But I'm pretty sure this exists already. I don't think I need to do that. I'm doing this for my own purposes and because I don't have the BLB converter. All right, there you go. So that's what I'm saying. So that's like the shape I wanted. So that gives that. So now I've got all three of my viney shapes that I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move. Whoa, I don't have to hide them. I'm going to move them all out of the way. Just slightly over. And then I'm going to append our brick facade. I think I just want the cube. I think it'll, yeah, there we go. So now we're building, now we're back into the, we're in a new file, but I am going to save as the new file and just save over that. So now this is our file with the brick facade. So okay, so another thing I wanted to do with these brick facades is I just don't actually need all of this faces anyway. So let's select all of these and their sides because I just need the face there. And then lastly, because this needs to origin to geometry, and then Alt G, and it needs to sit right outside right like that. There we go. And then yeah, we'll save that as such. Okay, so now what I'm trying to do here is I want to probably start applying these. Rotate them 90 degrees on the y-axis, and let's just hide these for a second. Ooh, and that's gonna drive me insane, so let's give him a new material. We'll call it green for now, and we will make him green. So now we can see what we're doing. So let's go ahead and get him close to the wall and start placing some foliage here. Something like this and something like this. Something down here. And again, I can be as eclectically shaped as I want because I'm not actually restricted to the brick grid. And that is the cool thing about doing this like this. And I am adhering to the scale of a block, so I am going to have to do some overlapping, but that shouldn't be too bad. And then I can unhide some of my other pieces, give them the green as well, duplicate a piece out, hide that. Green for an amazing reason. Yes. Alright, rotate 90 on the Y, and then that should, yeah, there we go. So same thing, pull it kind of close. And now we can play around with this one as well. So we can just kind of, duplicate it and move it into some of these cracks. And just kind of fill in spots where these guys might overlap. And of course, the cool thing too, what we're also doing is, go back to that view. I think I can fit one in the corner here. Yep. What we also can do is I can duplicate that again, and we can, because we're building with, bricks, I can pretend that we're building on top of one of these guys, and I can literally move it and, kind of make some shapes like that. Well, it's not actually. Let's get to the wire view here. Hide that for just a second. There we go, yep. Make sure those are actually together. Okay, there you go. So that's what I was saying. Those are all my templates. There we go. But yeah, something like that. See, so we can also go ahead and do a few of these that just sort of overlap correctly. create just a little bit more of a shape and depth. And we can even go so far, just like we would with Lego, I can put one on the tippy tip here. And maybe I just want to put one down over here, and it'll overlap with that one a little bit, but that's okay, because they'll be off of each other. So see, now we've got a nice foliage looking, and this will actually load really greatly onto the bricks, and that's what I want to look. So we'll get to pick our actual green and grays and everything, but now we've got kind of the look I was going for. And this should, once I combine everything together and actually put it in the game, this should loop, you know what I'm trying to say, like seamlessly. If I did the math right, I hope I did. I'll have to scale everything down by whatever. And I'll have to apply the brick texture to some of these, the stud texture to some of these. But oh, and then lastly, the reason I made the big one, let me pull it out too. Here we go. Give you the green. This guy, I wanted to have be on the corners, right? So that he... I realize that that is not going to work, is it? Oh no, things could... You know what? Who cares? I don't give a shit. It can phase through. Anyway, so this guy, we're going to just rotate a little. He's going to fit right there like he was actually stuck into the ground. Does he have his edge split on? He does. I think I can go a little bit further. There we go. And then same thing, I can apply an array to this guy. On the z-axis. Make him... Oh, why does he have... That's weird. There should be some offset there. Well, alright. Let's see what if 0.8, no, 0.9. Oops. 0.9 looks right. 0.95, yeah. 0.94. There, perfect. Alright, and then I want this to be 5 high. Cool. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Now we've got ourselves... But that kind of looks like shit. I don't like that. Yeah, you know, I thought I might look like that, but I can still use this. Potentially. Because we do still have some other stuff that I don't like it on this wall facade. So I am going to get rid of that for now. So let's just delete that altogether. How do I want to save one of these. Well, I guess, you know what? I don't need these in here, do I? Because I can pull them out later. Rotate a few of the leaves. Sure. Which ones? This one was bothering me because it's kind of clipping into the floor. And then I was saying maybe something like this. Does that look a little better? Or is it still like, does everything look a little too samey? Real quick, I'm gonna go grab the textures I need and the colors I need, actually. So I'm gonna... No, I have that. Hold on. I don't need to start the whole game. I have it saved. Should just be in my Block Wars projects. Or not Block Wars. Block Wars Saga has it. Yep. Okay. Colors. Here we go. Alright, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back over to Photopia. Because I closed Photoshop. So I'm going to go back 512 by 512. Because I'm going to make a stud texture. And it's the bamboo stack, but those two... Oh, yes, I know what you mean. Okay, so for plant green, I'm thinking, because these are transparent, I'm actually thinking the darker, maybe both of them. Like maybe make the leaves on the top this lighter green, and then the viney shapes this darker green. I think that might be what I'm gonna do here. So let's have both of these colors. Because I like to use Trunos because it's what I build with in the game anyway. So it all works out to have both. And then let me, real quick, file, import? No, I'll just open it. Oh, open in place. That'll do it. Yep. Add-ons, Blockland, base, data, shapes, brick top. I know where everything is forever. Alright, so now I've got my 2 studs, and then I can obviously just take the color out of the middle, so I don't need to create a secondary color, like with some add-ons where you have to create the color as its own texture. Not that you can apply vertex colors to a model, but it works better. I think it just works better to do it as a texture. But anyway, so we're going to call this stud light green and stud dark green. Save it. Alright. And now we're going to take these out of the downloads folder, put them in my foliage folder, but really just the brick facade folder. I don't need the foliage folder. Stud dark green. Alright, now we can apply ourselves on this guy. So we're going to take him away. We're going to create a new thing. Call it stud. I don't know why I'm doing an accent. I'm sorry. Stud green, right? That's what I called it? No, stud light green. Light green and dark green. And you got to make sure you get this right, because if you don't, Blockland will hate you. Or Torque will hate you, I should say. Oh boy. Stud light green. Open. Brick facade. Stud light green. Open. Cool. Now this is something I like to do. I like to take and make it shadeless for just a second so that my actual viewport color is the correct color. But now let's go ahead and go into our texture mode. Let's open up this texture here. We're going to go into UV image editor. And we've unwrapped everything. So we're going to open our stud light green. Boom. And so now you can see already, obviously everything's all fucked up except for the stud itself. So we just want to select every face but that and scale it down. And there you go. That's really all there is to that. Like, that's how I make a brick the correct color, because I don't really mess with the side textures. I find that to be tedium, trying to get that to work right. But I am going to rotate this guy so that the stud is at least correct. Now, I am going to do that for the rest of these, of course, but, well, yeah, I'm going to go back to the solid view. So same thing, we're going to actually apply all the stud light greens to these guys so that they're all the same. Oh, you have to do them one at a time or it won't work. Which I think that's still true in the newest of Blender versions. So there we go. So that's our stud light green, and then I'm going to do the same for these guys as a stud dark green. And actually, what I might do right now, because I'm going to just join these all into one object. Call this leaves. I'll call the back thing vines. So that way I can hide that real quick. Oh, I forgot one. You go in there. Here with leaves. Alright, hide them, please. Okay, and then I'm going to join all these together. And this will make unwrapping them a little easier, too. I'll call that vines. Because then they'll all be using the same texture anyway. And then we're going to delete your folder, your material. We're going to call you stud dark green. And same thing, new stud dark green. So this is obviously, I'm using Blender 2.77. Which still has the DTS exporter that actually functions. So that's why I'm using this version of Blender. But so pick up, if you are watching at home, watch the things I'm doing. This is how to get that to work, obviously. So okay, so now we got our stud dark green, we got our stud light green. So real quick, let's go back and let's do the vines first. And we'll go into textured mode so we can see. And we're going to unwrap, reset all of these faces, load dark green for them, and then individually deselect all the faces that actually need to be studs, and then scale down the rest of them. so that it's just the center color. And I'm gonna, honestly, I don't really care about the rotation, because it doesn't matter the more I think about it. But anyway, same thing for this guy. So we gotta select it. I'm gonna redo his again too. So we reset all of them. Open, stud light green, open, select, deselect manually all the ones that need to be stud. Take the rest of these and just scale them down so that they fit the green, and boom. And then that is the correct way to do that. Oh, and then also real quick while we're at it, I forgot. We do get to do one solid color. Block Wars Saga, colors, open. Let's take a gray. Probably this one's looking pretty stone gray to what I'm thinking. So we're going to take that gray. And we're going to make another, this one we are just going to call a 16 by 16. Just a really quick 16-bit color thingy, gaudy, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. And we'll just call this gray. Save. Same thing. Pull that out. Put it in the folder we're working on. And we're going to do this guy. We're going to give him a texture. New texture. Just call it gray. Actual texture name gray. Hit open. Gray. And I don't know, I'm spelling it G-R-E. I don't care how you spell it. Obviously, if you want to spell it with an A, you can. But anyway, so then I'm going to apply that to, yeah, to that guy. And so now he is the correct color gray. And everything looks right. And so even if we go back into solid mode, where we can actually see the shapes that everything's making, all the shadows, you can see we got a nice different foliage looking brick here. And this is going to work as our facade as we build into, you know, Indiana Jones. So now, and we'll call this stone, and we will, oh, okay, hold on. Origin to geometry, origin to geometry, and then I think I want to apply all of the locations together so they don't go anywhere. And I do want to scale everything down by half. Apply a scale to everything. And then now that should be, yeah, so that should be the actual size for Blockland. And so it looks pretty good, you know what I mean? Like, I think this is going to tile pretty nicely. We can even test it. Let's, real quick, just before I do anything, I'm just going to join them all for a second and apply an array modifier, like before. And okay, yeah, because they got some space, obviously, so we'll just pretend, because a brick hole, just put them in the center. So yeah, see, that's a pretty good, I mean, again, you can see some of the pattern if you're really, really looking, but in terms of what we're going to, and then we're going to build some more stuff, you know, with our screenshots that we have here. We're going to build out some of these other walls as well. You know, we're going to put some of the moss on it probably. However, we're going to figure out how to do that. I'll make this shape. That's going to be in the foreground. We're going to have to put some branches and things, which I know I can find the dead trees bricks. I'm sure I can put some dead trees in there, or if not, I can make that shape. If we have to make spikies, like that'll be easy to do. I can make my own bramble, and we'll just make that a shape that we spawn in. But there's going to be a lot of foreground elements too, is what I'm saying. And I lied. I'm not going to use this Google Doc. This is easier, just to unhide these. So, fuck off. But anyway, not that anyone cared. I said I was going to be professional or not. So anyways, I want to undo all this, and I want to undo the joining, because I actually don't want them to stay joined. Did you need edge splitting? I don't think you needed that. Yeah, it's not necessary, but whatever. I'll apply it just for the sake of it. Okay, and let's save the project too so we don't lose it. And let's get this and export it as a DTS. And we'll put it in here. And we'll call it stone facade. Because that's what it really should have been, not a brick facade, but I guess it's the same thing. Alrighty, and then let's go to our Blockland project, no, Block Wars Saga. Pull up the pod racers and pull up the, this isn't, because don't you just, yeah, you just execute code. You're not actually writing any code. Well, now, where did it actually go? Sets? Alright, I can do it this way. Jedi Council will work. Server. Here we go. Yeah, so the Jedi Council, we'll just use its code. So, goodbye. So real quick, let's make a new text document here. Call it server.cs. Yeah, I know. And we're going to put this all in here. But we're not going to call it council. We're going to call it stone facade. And then we're going to call this the stone facade. And a prop. Passive thread. We don't need a passive thread. Because there isn't any animated. I mean, I guess this stuff doesn't even really need to... It plays an animation, but obviously there is no animated... There's no animation, so I know I don't need it to say council display item, I need it to say stone facade display item. And I think that's everything that we need to change in order for that to function. So, oh, and real quick too, I forgot, I wanted to know what my sets, council, name, check, and description. I'm just going to copy that too. Description, stone facade, it belongs in a museum. Ha 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 ha. Okay. And then name check, we're going to call it prop stone facade. Save, keep that name so we remember what to name our zip file. And now I can take everything in this folder except for the blend file, of course, because I don't need it, and add it to a zip file called brickfacade.zip. We're going to rename it so that it says prop blah blah blah. I can actually stop Blockland real quick because I'm going to have to reload it anyway. Alright, go back to our... Well, we don't need to be in this folder, so I'm going to go to our add-ons folder, apply it, put the stone facade in. Let's start Blockland over. There we go. Oh, and I'm not going to have anybody in the game with me this time, so I can move my head up behind the chat. Alright, so I'm going to start a game. Custom. Let's make sure our prop is set. I know this is the only prop I need right now. And Hat India is turned on. I wanted that too. Obviously prop. Where'd it go? Stone facade. Cool. Turn that on. Single player. Because I'm not playing on the internet right this second. But now we're going to get to do some actual building. But we got to test to make sure our stone facade looked right. So... Blockland taking its usual goddamn time. Trying to see what else I have. I don't really have any snacky snacks. I got a can of soup. I could eat cold soup on stream. That's funny, right? People do that. Oh, and with a fork, no less, because I don't have any. I don't have any knives. Yeah, I am gonna eat some soup. I don't know why I'm so hungry. I felt bad. It's so funny while I'm waiting for this to load. I literally filled up 3 bottles of water. So I'll hold them up. There's one. And then there's the other one too, right? I filled up 3 bottles of water. And I thought to myself, now wouldn't it be funny if somehow I end up spilling water on myself because of the hubris of filling up 3 bottles of water? And sure enough, I absolutely spilled this 1 bottle of water. If you were here in the stream earlier, I spilled this 1 bottle of water right into my lap. But you know what? I'm not going to eat the soup. I changed my mind. I'll save that for later. I'll eat it hot. Alright, let's make sure our facade brick works. And if so, we can continue on with our quest. So I forget how big I made it. So it's not going to fit exactly right, but hopefully we'll figure out exactly how to make it fit right. So stone facade. There it is. Boom. Okay. Oh, wow. I think I did this exactly right. I don't even think I meant to do that. Facing north? Nope. Facing east. There. Boom. I have achieved Why won't it? Oh, numlock's not on. There we go. I have achieved what many thought was impossible. I have made a facade. Alright, what was that gray I was using? This one, I think? Boom. 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 Stone facade that you can walk in and it's like full foliage. This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Wow, I love it when I do something and it works the exact first time. That never fucking happens for me. Especially when you're working with Blockland. And look at that, that works perfectly. So, I mean, obviously, again, we're going to have to add some more. And, you know, of course, we're going to have to add lights and everything. Because without the lights, it's kind of a broken, doesn't really look like stone. But yeah, that is achieving the exact effect I wanted to look like. That is wonderful. And so that's a perfect first example of exactly how I do things in Blockland and what my, like, process is to, like, create things like this. Because I feel like Blockland's engine works really great for a lot of things, but obviously, you know, we're stuck to the brick grid. So there's a certain amount of, like, Lego aesthetic that you can't really fit in without, like, escaping the brick grid like this. And so sometimes I feel like adding just these little hints of what's the words I'm trying to say? Like, little hints of detail that you can get in there where you can immediately adds so much more to a build and makes this so much simpler for me now too, because obviously I don't have to physically build all of that and then duplicate. I say physically like it's not a game, but you know what I mean. Build all of that, duplicate it all, put it where it needs to go. You know, it's just done for me. I duplicate that one brick and I've got all of that detail just packed in. And so now I can start building. Now I can actually like really get started on my you know, construction here. So let's get into the appropriate attire, I suppose. Because I should still have at least the built-in Indiana Jones face, right? The one that the game comes with. This guy. Yeah, I got that guy. I should make him yellow. You know what? For the sake of this video, he's yellow. Let's see. I don't think I have an Indiana Jones vest going on yet. I'm going to pull Han Solo because I guess that's close. And make it brown. And that doesn't look too bad. The pants are brown. No, not brown. Tan. It'd be tan, right? The sleeves are brown. And the pants are brown. And the shoes are brown. But, oh, this looks terrible. Let's not do this, actually, at all. Let's, do we have anything else? What would be fitting for Indiana Jones? I need to make the decal or it's going to drive me crazy. This works. Because it's, you know what, I know it's got the blue, but this is the closest we've got. So let's go with that. And then I think the command is /Indy? Yes, and I still have to fix the, you can see there's still a little bit of a hole in the back there. I need to fix that, but I have created the Indiana Jones hat. So, oh, he looks terrible yellow. Oh, you know what I just realized? I don't have my shaders turned on. I still had that turned off from when I was doing it before. That'll probably... Yeah, there we go. That looks a little better. Now you can actually see even better the detail I was trying to go with because I can turn my player light on. And there's so much that we get to do now with the shadows and shaders. I am going to change it. I don't like him being yellow. I was going for the classic Lego, and I just thought I couldn't do it. Make him the darker skinned tan white guy. There we go. Alrighty. Indiana Jones. Alright, so... Let's get started. So now it's just regular building. It's not to say that we've got our facades here, and that's what I want. And as we go, if we run into any more props or problems like that, where I go, okay, this is something I can't achieve in Blockland, we'll save, we'll stop, and I will hop on over to Blender, and we will make that item, and then we'll jump back into the game. And again, this is my process. This is how I like to do things. You can do things differently. Obviously, you can do what I did for the whole thing and plan all of them ahead of time. I just knew I was going to need that facade to start. But you can build all of your stuff out first in Blender and then make it an add-on later. I like to do it as I go because I feel like that gives me more control in the moment. So, okay, so let's pull up some of our screenshots. Let's go back to the very beginning here because I want to start with this outdoor area. And so to do that, I want to use procedural terrain generator, and it's been a little while since I've used it. So we're going to have to remember how that one works. I think I have a command keybind to it, if I believe, to pull up the GUI. The GUI. Let me see. Right? I believe? There it is, yeah. Shift Control T. That's what I've got. Control Shift T. Here we go. Okay. So, let's see. So we want to set things up here. No prints, not necessary. We're looking for more of a brown because we want dirt. I think probably like that, I think. Terrain type, normal terrain, cubes and ramps. Yeah, I think that's gonna be good. Features, let's see, stone, yeah. Water level, yeah. Biomes, we definitely want trees. We want plenty of trees. I guess I only have that tree. That's okay. This guy I want to be green as well. The plants can be blue. Yeah, that looks good. Those all look good. Builds don't need anything like that. Okay, so let's apply and start. I think that'll be good. So hopefully what I'm hoping that we get is a decent little cove area that looks something like this. And I'll have to do some modifications probably to get the waterfall, to get, you know, to get these exact like vines and trees that I want. I'm going to apply those details. But I'm hoping that, I'm hoping that our terrain generator spits out exactly what I want it to and gives me, oh, are we done? Yes, okay, what do we get? So we've got some dirt, I see some sand, I see some mountainous areas. Ooh, oh my god, I mean, we might have gotten lucky right in the beginning here. So this is actually pretty dang special. I know that it had generated some water bricks here. I'm going to just use the built-in water. But, oh man, with the pine, oh, this is, haha, this is actually looking really good. I can really use this, because I'm thinking I'm going to pull the water levels up to even into this sandy area. And, like, maybe this dirt area here, I can cut down a few of these trees, cut a hole into this little mountain here, and I can apply all the vines and stuff, and this is going to be where our set actually, like, starts. So let's go into this area here and see where we're at. Some of the flower bricks aren't doing necessarily the best for me. But I'm loving this like area and they even put this little bit of alcove here for me of water. And there, see, this is the vine brick I was thinking of. I knew I had this installed. I was just going to use some of these, which I can still do. But yeah, so I think we got kind of what I want here. Let's see. I wanted it to be more. I want there to be more over that way, though. I forget. Is there a way to continue the generation? See some of the generations over here. Like, what are these caves? Did it create caves for me? It's pretty cool. What about this spot? Maybe does this spot look better? Ooh, oh my goodness. There could be a waterfall. This does look pretty good, but it's still, oh, these are caves. That's amazing. I love the procedural terrain generator. That's fucking awesome. But, alright, let me see what, oh, here's the dead trees. This is what I'm talking about. We could easily apply some dead foliage because of what goes underneath the blocky ones. Alright, I want to keep going with terrain generator. Can I do that? If I hit apply and start again, will it do more, or will it just generate over top and not do anything? Yeah, okay. Let's set it in 0.31 seconds. Yeah, it didn't do anything. This is perfect though. The mountain's almost perfect too. That really does look like the beginning with the Paramount like logo. I think what I need to do is I think I need to set the size bigger. Isn't that what I gotta do? Yeah, here we go. I can start position -32. Let's set these to 0 and 0 and see what it builds for me. Did it work? Oh, 55 seconds and it didn't build anything. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. Oh well. I mean, we're getting what I want. What if I set this to 32 positive, 32 positive? Why isn't it building anything else? Thought I moved the coordinate. Can it only generate the one? Okay, hold on. That's okay. I liked this, but I can always generate that again or get something even better. So I want, maybe I want the center, and here we go. I want the chunk radius to be super high. That's what I want, right? And then I don't even necessarily want to remove distant chunks. Try that. See if that generates the bigger of the two. Because I really do want it to be a pretty bigger thing with a mountain in the middle. That looks a little better. Actually, yeah, that looks a lot better. That's giving me a full mountain range here. Ooh, okay. I like the water. I still thought it would give me a bigger square. No, this isn't even quite what I thought it would be. I mean, this is good. Again, don't get me wrong. This is really good. But it's still not... But, you know, no, this is actually kind of better. This might be better. Because now I could easily put... Well, I could build up the waterfall. Where could I put the waterfall? I guess I don't... See, that's the thing. I don't necessarily need it to be exact one-to-one. You know what I mean? It just needs to look right. And then I've got a mountain. So I can easily have Indy, like, looking for, you know... I got a place where I can put a lot more of the bamboo and different stuff. And I can dig into the mountain. This might be my spot. I might, like, use this one. So let me see. I'll save this one, actually. I like this a lot. Save bricks. We're going to call this Mountain 1. Because we might use this. Or we might not. We'll see. Sorry, someone's texting me. Okay. Cool. Cool. Alright. So, real quick, I am going to generate a little bit more. And maybe what I can do, actually, so here's what I could do, right? I can say, if this is the start position... Make it 0, 0, and do another one. And I think I can load the two together, right? Because I do want them to kind of butt up on each other. If I did it right. Oh, okay. Don't know what that thought it was trying to do. Oh, there's a good mountain too. That's even a better mountain. Oh, that's a better mountain. And there's less tan bricks. There's more brown bricks, which is more what I want too. So this is kind of doing it for me. Oh, this is really doing it. All right, so let me see what happens. I'm gonna save this to Mountain 2, and I think I did the offset correct. I think. Where if I load Mountain 1, they should butt up against each other, right? Oh, or not. None of them. No bricks loaded? Seems not true, but is it because I have PTG on and I just need to load them separately? Or are they really that close to each other that it didn't even offset them at all? Maybe it didn't offset them at all. Oh well, okay. I like Mountain 1 for this shot. I'm gonna put the waterfall, I think, probably in this pool here. Could probably build it up with some bricks and have it over here, if I even do the waterfall at all. And I think I'm gonna raise the water level as well. So let's do that real quick. So we're gonna turn on water, and then water level. Where are you? There we go. Water height. We pull it all the way up. Oh no. Are we really that far up? Oh no. I thought for sure that we would be like, oh, we can get it. Alright, hold on. I know I could just load this with an offset, but I forget how to do that. Let me Google that real quick. Blockland, load, save, offset. Forget what the code. How to load saves, but move them down. Load offset. Okay, so I think I need to do it like this. At 0, 0, 0, right? And then load bricks, Mountain 2. Just see if that worked. I don't know. Okay, yeah, that loaded some of them, obviously. So, okay, that will probably work. Let's clear the bricks real quick. And then, I think, put our load offset back again. And load bricks mountain 1. Load. I think I could still probably set it down lower if that's not high enough. Yeah, it didn't do a goddamn thing. Alright, hold on. Alright, let's see. Maybe I'm doing the load offset wrong, but I want this to be at like negative 1,000. Maybe. Unless that's too low. Oh, that might be too low. Or how about negative 100? Maybe that's too many units. There we go. Now it's at least underwater. Yep, okay, cool. Now we can actually play with the water level. Water height. Go down to about there is what I'm thinking. Because now we got our river that is actually like kind of like up to there. And I know that there's going to be water underneath the water, but like who gives a shit? It'll just make it look like darker water. And for most of the shots, we aren't going to put anything over there. In fact, I might even go so far as to duplicate this fucking mountain. Oh, wait, you know what? I wonder if that would work. Could I just now... Okay, before I fuck it up, because now I know what settings worked. Load the offset... 200, 200, negative 100. Let's see if that does it. And then if I load mountain 1, or 2, because that's mountain 1, what happens? Where does it actually go? Hey, there we go. There we go. Kind of what I wanted. I kind of want them to overlap a little bit. Not necessarily in that direction. I wanted the mountain to be on the other side. But this is kind of good. That kind of gives me... I could... No, not really. No, that looks awful. I don't like that. Alright, hold on. It's okay. I know what the load offset was. This is cool. Well, thank you. I mean, that's the thing. I just want people to know how I do it. I'm not... Again, like I said earlier, it's not to say that the best way to do things is what I'm doing. But my goal is to get it to look the way I want it to look. So I'm thinking, okay, so what I think is I can do is maybe I can duplicate the mountain. Maybe that won't be too labor-intensive on me. On my duplicator, I mean. Because I want to mirror it. I kind of want it having over there. So I'm thinking, can I do it like this? I know this is maybe not the smartest way to do it, but, you know, if I... Can I make my selection, like, go... Oops. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Can I make it just really big? Will the duplicator, like, allow this? Because I only need it, and then I'm going to have to create a symmetry table, too, and I'm wondering if that's going to, like, fuck it up. I don't need to keep going higher. Hold on. Because I just want this mountain. I just want this mountain, and to actually, I mean, if I can duplicate it and have it go the other way, too. Let's see what it does. We'll see how it actually... Hey, there we go, okay. Duplicator can handle it. Alright, neat. Alright, Control-Shift-X. No, Shift-X. There we go. Creating brick symmetry table. Think I want to mirror it on the X-axis. Think. We'll see. Okay, can I do it now? Oh, no, it's still... Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. Do it now. Oh. Duh. Oh, I don't even have to... I'm so stupid. I don't even have to mirror it. I can just rotate it. To do what I want to do. Alright, the only thing is, it's not going to let me plant floating bricks, is it? Or is it? Because it's a thing. Nope, planted 0 out of 0. Yeah, okay. What am I going to have to do to make this work? Probably... Can I sneak it in like this? Will that work? Will that be enough of a base to No, it only planted 25. Shoot! Nuts. I feel like there's a way to do floating bricks or whatever, but I don't know. Is there a way to do it with the duplicator? Can the duplicator plant floating bricks, or am I misremembering my... Because what I want is for the mountain range to be back here so that I have like a valley. Because that I think will create a better shot. And then I might even put the mountain over here. Oh man, if I could put it on base... I could put it on the ground, can't I? Let me turn the water off real quick. Did it go away? Oops. I don't think it went away. Water height. It says it went away. Well, okay. Simple none water. How about that? Because here, even if I could put it on the ground and it's just a lower mountain range, that's fine. You know what I mean? That's... That achieves the premise of what I'm trying to accomplish here. How about this? Can you do this? Planted 4. No. What? Ah, alright. This isn't working the way I'd want it to. Alright, I was hoping that duplicating it would work. It only planted some trees. How funny. How do I want to do this? What's the... Okay, so I know the way to do ghost bricks is to put the fucking... do I even have that mod? Like the ghost brick mod? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's think about this a little bit. Well, we've got... Oh, hey, okay, hang on. This looks... These chunks right here, this is what I want. You know what I mean? This almost looks like it could be a waterfall. Maybe, can I grab some of these? I just typed D into the chat, because, you know. Can I grab, like, some of these chunks and just take these and put them places? I don't know. These seem to be planted on the ground, at least. I'm just not the best organic shape builder, you know what I mean? That's my biggest flaw as a builder at this point, is it's like I get really lazy when it comes to building organic shapes like rocks and stuff. I know it's not hard. I understand how to build a mountain. I've watched people do it, you know. It's just that I don't like doing it myself. It's not what my brain finds interesting. So if I can just duplicate this, it would be very nice. But I don't think it's going to let me do that. Oh, and I also duplicated some of that chunk too. But I don't know if it's going to let me do this the way I want it to, you know? Let's see what that does. Yeah, see, that's planting 0 bricks. So that's not going to let me do it the way I want it to do. Alright, we're going to have to figure out something different, because now I'm just wasting time in a way I don't want to. So, we're going to have to figure out something. But anyway, that's fine. I'll worry about the background later. This is a perfectly good... so we're going to actually save this now. We're going to save this as idle temple. Or just, yeah, idle _ temple. And save it. So now it's at the right offset where I wanted it loaded. And I can delete those other saves later if I decide I want to. But anyway, so this is where our water is going to be. So now I can pull up, and we can pull up our screenshots. Let's get out of there and out of there. And close out all of these. Close out of that. Photopia. Here we go. So our screenshot. So this is kind of the area that we're looking at here, right? Whoops. Don't need that right now either. Come on. All right. So here's what we're looking at. Let me zoom in a little bit. So we just want to create this facade moving up into it. So we're going to have to create some jungle foliage, which is fine. So I'm thinking this is kind of the area. So let me cut some trees down here, so to speak. So let me. I might want my wand for this. Yeah, I want to clear out some of this foliage, so I can put some of my own. And of decide where I want the entrance to the temple to be. So I'm going to clear out some of these. There. So I'm thinking... Oh, I don't like this tree. Or these trees, for that matter. I kind of wanted more of a straight shot. There. That gives us... And then these flowers kind of blow. I don't like the way the flowers look. But I do like them in the background. I think it adds. So here's where I think I'm going to add the entrance to the temple. So I am just going to start taking out a little bit of a chunk here. Where I think this temple entrance can go. And I'm thinking if I do this the way I want to do it, we will actually just have a set that we can go an interior and exterior set. I can probably build a hole, but I don't think. Well, no. You know what? I don't really need to make this the whole one thing. But we'll see. If it comes out to be smarter to do it that way, I might do that. But there we go. Okay. So this is my hole that I want to dig out. So let's go pull up those screenshots real quick too. So I'm thinking. So this is him going up it. So yeah, so right away we notice that the facades, it looks like stone brick. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta extend this ground here. So we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna do. So first I'm gonna grab whatever brown we're using, which I think is this. Nope. That one. Okay. We're going to take whatever brown we're using, and I'm glad we're using this brown, actually, because that does give me access to a lot more browns that I can use later. And I'm just going to extend this floor by giving us some plate down here. But first, let's find the 4x4, wherever the base plate big boys are. I don't know why Did I download the... I feel like I downloaded the brick search thing, and it's in Blaze Plates, that's why. But I was like, I feel like I downloaded that one thing so I could search for bricks, and I don't think I ever actually bothered to install it. So, whatever. Alright, so, we want to give ourselves some ground. So, same thing here. We're just going to give ourselves a little foundation. I guess I could have made that a 2x4, but whatever. You get the idea. Cool. And now, this is kind of our entrance, so let's pull up our... So, do I have a better picture of it? No, not really. So this is kind of what we're going to be working with. So, we'll make some bamboo. If actually, there might even be... I think Baked, you were saying there is bamboo. There might be bamboo bricks that already exist, and I'll grab those later. But if not, I can make some of these shapes special as well, if we have to. But, so we've got a nice, like, outcropping here. And then it's like kind of some bricks going up into it. So it wants to look a little bit... So here, I'll pull back into Blockland. We want to look a little bit organic with some hand-carved shapes going on here. So I'm going to probably pull up some gray. And I'm going to basically create this arch. And I'm thinking it's probably going to be part of this. So that we can get a nice... shape here. Let's go grab that brick as well. I think that's a 4x2 tall or whatever. Which I think I have that right. That's a default brick, right? Yeah, 4x4, whatever. I can just make it out of 4x4s. There, okay. And then I'm going to pull one more up. Up. Oh, are we really... Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it to the specifications because we are building around something that was randomly generated, so obviously it's not going to be 100% perfect to the brick grid. But now we should be able to... not a 4x15, sorry, a 4x16. Right? Because I think that's the size that I've made it here. Unless I've done my math wrong in my head. Nope, I did it right. So now I'm thinking, like, you know... something like this. Here's our entrance you know, like, and obviously we're gonna, so it's, you know, it's this shape. Oh, I mean, it looks like that's kind of cut there, isn't it? So we can even experiment further, not experiment, but you know what I'm saying. I guess we don't, okay, I mean, we're gonna lose this thing, but I can rebuild it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, cool, that floats. Alright, so it looks like we're a little inset, actually, so we can kind of play around with that organicsness in the way that it was carved. And again, it doesn't have to be a perfect one-to-one, but we can do a, we'll do a 4x12, would that be? Now I think I just got lucky the first time. This is not correct. But we'll see. Oh my god, okay, cool, I did it right. And then I'm thinking, so I need this. Yup. Oops. Nope. Cool. 4x4 cube, is that to the actual size? No, but that's okay. Because it does look a little bit, in the movie, it's got a little bit of an organicness to it. Just enough. And then now, I'm wondering too, can I put my facade bricks in here already to start to imply the illusion of our cave entrance? And I think I can. So let's go ahead and get. I'm just gonna keep my 4x4. And fuck it, I don't need to keep my mouse hand steady. And then I'm gonna put put 2 of these down here, and then I'm also going to then grab a 16x16 base plate and extend us out a little bit, because I think that will line up the way I want it to. Give me enough space anyway. Yes, perfect. So now I can fill in this back with the base plate, 4x4s. If I did that right, that should line up, right? With the grid? Or is that too tall now? That's, nope, it's overlapping. Why is it overlapping? Oh, so it's, okay, so it is too tall. That's okay. I guess it can, you know what, that's fine actually. It can be tall. Because I can just put I'll put a thing out here, like a stone path, or something like that, and then that will be, oh, whoop, I didn't mean to do that, because I'm trying to build my wall. Hold on, alright, let's go to the brick, and then let's pull up our standard 12x5 by whatever, 1x12x5, which is my favorite wall brick. I'm gonna put it right there. And now, if I put on my stone facade from earlier, and I gotta find out which direction it's gotta face in. North? No. East? Oh, no. North is right, but it needs to be east. West? There we go. North and west. Okay. Perfect! Okay, so then, same thing for the other side. Well, first I'm gonna extend it upward so that it goes into our cave. And that's the cool thing too, since this is just a facade, I can keep building the top part into it, and it'll just collide with this, or intersect, whatever, you know what I mean, and just hide it, and it'll look perfect. So this is exactly what I wanted it to look like, so this is working great. And I can even I'll put some foliage around too. Obviously, like I said, I'm going to build some special bricks as well, but for real quick too, while we're at it, because I do have some, here's some grass, let's pull some grass out. What are the other foliage bricks? Because I really need to just go and install those 2 brick packs that I found, if I don't already have them. Oh, there's some spider webs. We'll need this later. Here they are. I do have them. Bamboo. Oh, perfect. I have all of this stuff. Leaves and bushes. That's what they call it. Okay. All right. So let's honestly, let's just get even some green going in right now. Because I'm really... That... Nope. Yep. Okay, so I was right to put it there. Maybe something like this on the wall, and then like a hanging one, if it'll let me do that. I think it'll let me do that, right? Yep. Oh, perfect. Okay, I want it more like back here. Same thing with this one. Over here. Oh, look at that. And it's already I mean, that's just those two, and it's already just starting to blend in. Like, look at this. This is exactly what I want, right? And so here's what I'm thinking maybe for this. For our path, so to speak. It's like, oh, yeah. Immediately. We've got shape. We've got dynamic. Dynamism. That's a word. Okay, and I've got these bricks. This is what we were making from before. Oh, okay. I can make a... Oh, nope. Right, we need some variation, because if it... Oh, wow, does that really look like that? Maybe not. Okay. Maybe we will go so far as to just sort of play around with it. Ooh, look at that. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, and some bushes. I forgot my bushes. So I want some bushes. Some George W's and some George H.W's. Do these look different if I rotate them? Nope, they are the same shape. Okay, cool. So we'll just put some of these up the hill. Because remember, this is obviously a movie set too, so we can get away with whatever's not on camera. I'll find out what's on camera and work with it. Because I'm still going to put some of my vines and bamboo stuff, some special shapes into this to really sell it. But we're already going like in the direction I want, right? And so I even can think of using some of this light and dark green to change some of these to be a... Oh! Alright. I am going to take a small break. I got some food. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. My friend made me some tater tots. So, if you were upset about me eating on the stream earlier, you're going to be even more upset, because now I'm eating more. But anyway, so let's get back to work on this thing. So anyway, so as you can see, trying to like get some details here. Put some color back into it. Try to, organize my thoughts here a little bit too while I'm at it. Alright, so yeah, so I definitely want to add some more hanging vine down to the side there. Got spinach and artichoke dip for my tater tots. But, so this gives us a nice, so you can kind of see where we're going with the facade opening, right? So now, same thing here. Same gray. Nope. This gray. We're gonna have to figure out what direction this. So I'm gonna have to get rid of this. That's okay. We're gonna have to figure out what direction this one's got to go in. What's it overlapping with? That? Oh, okay. We'll hang a different one there later. So same thing for you. Stone facade. North. East. Ooh. Facing east. Facing west. Facing south? No. South facing south? Should check what I just did. So it was north facing west, so this should be the opposite. This should be south facing east, right? There we go. Okay. South, east. Stone facade send. Okay, there we go. And we'll rehang some of our stuff. But now, and we've got ourselves, so we are gonna, yeah, so I've decided for sure I'm gonna make an inside and an outside. We're just gonna have two separate sets for this whole thing, because once we actually really get into it, I won't need all of this stuff out here to be visible anyway. I'm actually looking, I'm gonna probably pull some more trees over here too, because looking at it now, but it gives us the right shape. And we can also play with the lighting too. But now putting it all together, you know, even just having these two facade walls that we're going to use later, it immediately ties all of that together. So it gives us a nice... Where's that dark green that I found? Is it this? No. Where's that dark green? Oh, is it this down here? Is this what I was using? Yeah, okay, there we go. I can put some of these in this color too. I didn't even realize I had, whoops, I had this much green to work with. So let's put some more hanging guys here. Ah, not that way. Oh my god, come here. There we go. Hang down. Yeah, okay. And then I also want something like that. So it'll go in the front there. And then same thing, hanging guy on this one. Probably gonna just pull a, get that out of my cart. Just do a 2x4. And it can even be green, because it's okay, because I'm gonna use that to apply some color. Hanging down there. And same thing, and maybe this one can be one of the brighter greens. And we're gonna put the same guy, hanging guy, we're gonna flip him so that he's at least a little bit different from the one right next to him. Why is he floating? There we go. Okay. So yeah, we're already creating this facade of this temple entrance. And so what we're gonna have to do is, like I said, so I'm gonna pull out some trees. I'm gonna fill this in too. Probably with the brown, probably with the dirt bricks, because it's supposed to look like it's built up into the side of the mountain here. So let's do that up a little bit too. So I'm gonna try something here as well. Maybe some. Oh, so you know what we could try? That might add some more detail. Let's put some ramps in here as well. Just some quick. Oh, and I guess I'll also need a 2x2. There we go. Okay, so let's do some ramping while we're at it. that direction, actually. Just to really kind of like sell that we're, you know, that this is supposed to be dirt that we're building up here. And then we're giving it just a little bit more of an organic-y shape. You know? Hey, don't. And then when we play around with the... Oh, I got it out of my cart again. Let's just get rid of the plants for a second. I'll bring them back. But let's pull up our 4x4 cube. And same thing, we can just kind of pull this in, pull that in, and maybe this is where we can hide some dirt. Put a extender brick, so to speak. Extender brick. And now we can just continue this shape, because again, we don't need this to actually lead anywhere since we're making this a movie set. So I can just build into this and cover it, and we'll be okay. Or maybe, you know what, since I have the shapes, I can put some ramps going on here too. There we go. And then actually, it looks like what we could do is continue that shape into itself, so that it's kind of like, looks just like a little bit of, you know, I don't know, strings of dirt or whatever, like. Cool. And then looks like we can probably just put some 2x4s in here. Nope. Hold on. There we go. I don't know how far down I gotta go. But yeah, so that kind of covers it up right up there. And so like that could be, because of the way the camera angle works, that could even be enough. I am going to probably build a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm going to build dirt on top of this. Something like, maybe literally, yeah. Yep, because that fits just right. I am going to go that far. And I can do the same thing I was doing before with my little dirts. And these can just be a little bit different so that everything doesn't look quite the same. We'll line these up. Oops, I should have built one right there. Oh, what are you overlapping with? Is it this tree? Yep. Okay, that's fine. I can get rid of these bushes first. And now, lastly, to just sort of fill these gaps, I am just going to use some 2x4s. Kind of build up into the dirt. Because I don't even think this side will be on camera, to be honest. This is mostly just for myself as a visual indicator in case there's an angle that happens to catch the side, you know? Because otherwise I am just going to take some 2x4 flats and just fill in these geepy gaps. Oops. Super shift, come on. Oh my god. Yeah, because I was going to say, I think I can just do that. Again, not the best build practices, but it gives us a little bit of an organic shapey. And now we've got our hole in the wall here, hole in the dirt, that I should probably add one back wall here too while I'm at it. So let's let's continue on with these guys. Pull them in gray. do want super shift on. And I kind of like that darker gray. Because you know what? That might legitimately sell the effect of it being a shadowier. So you know what? Yeah, what would happen? Why not? Maybe we could do there. So there's even a slight bit of gradation in there. Just an effect. I mean, it's not necessary, you know. Like, and again, we'll do a lot with shadows and stuff, but I'm trying to imply shape here. So, because I want to show how quickly you can put something together that has quality to it without making it something that becomes too hard. And I'm not saying, you know, and I mean people who make builds, you know, you work tirelessly on some stuff. Like Sylvanor was here the other day. That guy builds shit that takes him years because he's building actual interiors, exteriors, whatever. I'm building to make a video for something that's going to be on screen for no more than 30 seconds at best. This is just the entrance to one more set. I need it to look good on camera for the duration that it's going to be on camera. I don't need it to be perfect. And so, getting things like this, just selling that facade image, you know, that's all that matters. So that's what I'm trying to convey here, I guess, is that we're trying to... Ah, nuts. I knew it wasn't going to work. Okay, that's okay. How can I do that? I mean, I can still put a brick in there. Okay, I know what I gotta do. So this is by 12, right? So I'm gonna go 1 by 12. I have so many like weird custom bricks over the years just installed. Again, from doing machinimas like this. Okay, and then that one's gonna have to be a 1 by 10. And that should just fit like that. And then I think if I do this, if I put the stone facade on this one, it'll line up right. No. No, that one. North. East. There we go. East. So same thing with this one. So stone facade. East. Perfect. So you get the idea. So again, now there's your thing. And so now the last thing I do, well, okay, I still want to pull up some more foliage here, right? So there's one more step we're going to work on. I'm going to pull out some leaves again, some grass, seagrass, some bushes, some bamboo this time, some petals and a stem. And then I also wanted to pull out, what did I have? Oh, the tree base, tree marshmallows. Let's add another row here. Tree base 2, a grass patch. Oh yeah, the grass. The grass was at the beginning, wasn't it? Yep, here we go. Grass. Oh, and a pine tree. No, not the large palm tree. Sorry, the regular palm tree. There, that should be enough. Now I should have the foliage that I need to kind of sell that the rest of this isn't a jungle. Because I'm thinking here too, if I can get my bamboo sticks to look right, I'm just going to kind of place these here because I do feel like rotating them was hard and I don't want to... If I can build a couple of these at the right colors. Let's see what happens if we just... yeah, see, because it does it like that, which is fine. But... cut a little bit of this down. Because I don't want it to be the exact height, because... Oh, come on. And then I think I can even... So then, oh, my grass patches. Can't forget my grass patches. Ooh, yeah, there we go. We're getting somewhere now. Can we... Where will this actually allow us to build it? Like that? Does it have any collision? No. Okay, cool. That doesn't look quite right, though. Can I go like this? Nope. Okay. That's okay. That's what I got the little grass blades for. Let's pull some different greens. Okay, grass patches. Everything's looking pretty good. And then lastly, some palm trees. I think we're going to sell this. Oh wait, I want that green. Hold on. Yeah, I think the palm trees are honestly going to sell this. Or did that make the... Yeah, okay. Because I can use their bases here. I don't like this grass. Oops. Oh, God. Alright, I guess that just has to live there now, huh? Okay, hold on. Let me fix my goof here. At least I know what brown I was using this time. There. And that's fine too. But yeah, so yeah, back to green. My palm tree. I guess I'll just put it right there. Nice. This is, again, this is creating that foliage effect that we want. Because we want it to look like a dense jungle. I guess I can put some tree bases, right? Let's see, this could look good in that, like, tan. I don't want it to be too dense. In, like, a... This is looking better, though. So let's see, where are we at? Because I do want to... Yeah, I want it to... Oh, again, I want it to sell that it's a jungle. I mean, the way that the procedural terrain generator gave us trees, it kind of looks like... Oh, those palms aren't looking as good as I'd want them to. Well, I don't necessarily have to pull them from... I also don't really like this. That's the wrong... I thought that was tan, and that's not tan at all. It's the wrong color. Oops. Palm tree. There we go. What do we got? Let me get rid of that one in the middle. It looks a little too... excessive. But yeah, so from a distance this kind of looks like this is our thing, right? And I think I am still going to add some special shapes because I don't really like how those bamboos looked. Those bamboo bricks do not really... I'll leave the background ones. These foreground ones don't look quite like what I'd want them to look like. But so yeah, now you can see with my special shapes too that it's like we've got this like facade here. And you have to actually step up into it. And this is where Indy can, you know, pull the dirt and have his little bag, and they can step in, and then we'll get to the actual fake thing. So yeah, so let's actually. So then the last step, besides, like I said, I gotta add some special shapes. But maybe we could do that real quick too. I wanted to be more building. What time is it? Oh, it's only 6:30. Yeah, we got plenty of time. Let's save our bricks so that we're not. We don't lose any of our work here, just in case everything crashes. And that has happened to me before in Block Wars, where I've been building stuff, and I've completely forgotten to save, and suddenly have to start all over. Okay, so some special shapes that I want then. So this is a really good exit or entrance to our tunnel here. It's the right shape. We can probably put some more you know, some more foliage over there on the right-hand pillar. But before we do that, let's leave Blockland for just a second. So what we've got are a bunch of these like shooting bamboo trees, right? Got any more angles of that? Yeah, here we go. Put the hand out. So the shooting bamboo. So here's what and like vines that are like just growing directly up. So I'm wondering how do I want to depict that in Blockland? Because it's so dense there in the background that we get a lot of shadows. And I think that's what we'll get if we do it the way I think I'm going to do it. So let's create... Save this. Oh, I just realized I quit Blockland and you can't see my screen. There we go. Now let's save our brick facade. And let's start a whole new Blender file again. And so let's look at some bamboo here. Like, what does real bamboo look like? So that we get an idea. I mean, I know what I can think of in my head. No, I'm sorry, growing. I don't want them cut up. Right, so it's like the different segments. So that's what I was picturing. So some bamboo like that. And actually, we could make some bricks that look like this. That might work. But before we do any of that, so the movie is supposed to be set in this particular time. It's in Peru, which I know they're not actually shooting in Peru. I think they're shooting in Indonesia or something like that. But let's see what Peru's jungle is actually supposed to look like. So yeah, so same thing, palms, lots of shooting. Yep, shooting bamboo. Just stuff shooting up. So we're gonna create shapes that are just kind of shooting up, and we're gonna use some bamboo shapes to like say, whoop. I don't have a napkin. Alright, I'm gonna have to be pretend like I'm super messy. I spilled a little bit on my shirt. It shouldn't show up on camera either, so it doesn't matter. Anyway. Oh, and of course we've got some like fog and stuff, so we can try to implement a lot of that stuff, because obviously we want to try to create some atmospherics too. So, oh, here we go. Some shooting trees. I like the way that those trees look. So let's start and create some shapes here. So first I'm going to start with a cylinder again. And like I said, I like to start with 12 slices on my cylinder. To me, that just feels like the quintessential Blockland shape. I guess technically 8 is more accurate. 12, I think, gives you just enough detail of it being just round enough. That's why I like to use 12. There's not really a right or wrong answer. So whatever. So anyway, so I'm going to create my shape. So I'm going to create my bamboo shape. So I'm going to do it. Scale this in half. I'm going to create some loop cuts here at the top. And here at the bottom. Did I line that up right? I did not. It's close though. Let's just start over on that. Does that line up? Yeah, that'll actually line up. Okay. So, boop, boop, boop. So loop cuts, and then I'm thinking just literally just scale these in by 1. Am I still in individual orientations? No, I'm not. Hang on, there we go. Scale these a little bit, there we go. So that's like my bamboo shape. Pretty simple. Please don't fight, fellas. Pretty simple shapes. Shade it smooth. Split the edges. And I'm thinking then an array. On the z-axis. And I don't know, like couple 16's too tall. I meant like 6. There we go. And actually, that's a little too big too. So let's scale it down one more time in half, and then maybe I will go with 12. So now, I mean, again, these are like, we're talking like these are like micro bricks or whatever, in terms of an Indiana Jones scale. But you know what? No, because they were going to be this small anyway. So actually, yeah. Hold on. Let's just stick with 8. Because remember, yeah, so 5 of these is a minifigure tall. So yeah, this is right. Don't like how the edge splitting is working. Do I need to increase it? Decrease it? No. 25? 30? Yeah, why does it look like that? 50? 100? That looks better, but... Ugh. Alright, whatever. Maybe I won't shade smooth at all. Maybe I'll shade flat. Oh no, you know what I can do? Here's what I can do. Shade smooth. And I just want these edges. This is what I'm forgetting to do. So mesh, edges, mark sharps. Why didn't that work? It usually works. am I missing? Hold on. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. Seam? No, because that's for unwrapping. Well, that's so strange. Why isn't it? Whatever. I mean, it's supposed to be an organic shape, I guess, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, another thing I was going to add was I think I can... So Blender's pretty cool. I can also still apply my curve modifier. If I do this, the object we follow is this NURBS path. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yep, that's almost right. Hold on. There we go. NURBS path, edit. I should be able to do this. Create a nice organic shape. Yep, perfect. So now I'm going to apply that modifier. Delete my curve because I don't need it anymore. And now I've got oh wait, hold on. That didn't work the way I thought it was. I have to apply the there we go. I had to apply those in that order. That's right. Okay, now should be able to do this and create kind of that shape. You know, everything kind of going out. And I can do some of them where they aren't bunched up like that. I can do some of them where they are. So let's create this one first. So let's see what color we want it to make. Blockland Saga. Oh yeah, I gotta be in them. Let's be in the image editor. Hold on. Photopia. There we go. Color. I have it open already. So let's see. Probably. So looking at these screenshots, it's all brown. So probably a dark brown. Something like that. And we'll just put it in there. Export as PNG. Call it brown. Save it. Take it out of the downloads folder. Put it into our not the facade folder. We're going to create another folder here. Call it a new folder. Call it bamboo. And actually, no, the better practice is to call this prop_bamboo so that it'll actually just name it as the folder. Okay, I'm going to put my brown in there. I'm going to go back here. Save it. Call it bamboo. Save it. Create a new material. Call it brown. Go to the texture. Open up brown. Open brown.png. Shadeless. Just so that the viewport has the right color. And then, oh, I meant for these to all be one item. Oh, wait. No, because I do want to do... Oh, no, you know what? No, that's fine. It doesn't matter. I can make these all one item for right now. I know they're going to Z-fight a little bit because they're all on the same... Actually, maybe I could get rid of 2 out of the... Right? That should just... There. So that should prevent some Z-fighting at the base there. They'll split off at the tops. And I guess I am going to apply an edge split modifier after all. There we go. That looks better. Why are you... I just wish it... I know it's not going to... Ah, perfect. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now my sharps are actually showing up the way they're supposed to. So that's what I wanted. So something like that. Just a really simple shape. And I know what we could also do... What else does that look like? I guess we could put pointies on the end, but I don't really want to put pointies on the end. I kind of want it to look bricks. Where was I? Oh, I forgot what I was looking for. Oh, my screenshots. Give me my screenshots. So let's see. Yeah, see, because the bamboo shoots kind of just go up. And so you know what? I mean, this is kind of silly, but I wonder, would it work? Probably not. I just want to see. Oh my god. That actually worked. Could I do that to all of them? And have it, like, branch out a little bit more? To create it a little bit taller? Wish I was a baller? Why not? Let's see. I know that I know I could just change the origin point here, but it's mostly because I don't wanna. Oh man, that worked perfectly. Now it's a whole tree. There you go. I love that. That actually worked even better than I thought. Okay, that's the even better shape. You know what? Let's just join them all together. Set. Oh wait. Set origin to 3D cursor. Set that to location. Boom. Okay. What other foods do I have? Oh my god, I have a microwave meal. I'm gonna make this microwave meal real quick. While we're talking, I'm not gonna pause for that because that should be fine. Make a 1-inch slit, microwave for 4 to 5 minutes. I'll give you a 1-inch slit. That sounds violent. I don't like that. All right, I'm gonna put it in for the full 5 because my microwave's not super powerful. Something going. Give myself some bread. You can tell I just didn't eat dinner before I did the stream, so now I'm eating on stream. Which, if I was a cis woman, I'm sure I would be. There'd be somebody's fetish to watch me stream while I ate bread or something. But you know, the internet's weird like that. Anyway, okay, so I like my bamboo thing here, and I think this is going to work pretty good for what I want. I don't even think I need singular ones, because I think when I stack these all together, I think it's going to achieve the effect I want. So we're going to just export it as bamboo.dts. And we're going to do the same thing as before. We're going to copy our name check. Copy our server. Let's edit the server first. Call it bamboo. 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 I think that's enough that I need, right? Yep. Save. Okay. Name check. Prop. Bamboo. I don't know if I'm spelling bamboo right. Am I putting the B in? There's a B, and I'm not putting the B's in. I don't know why. I gotta fix that. Hold on. Bamboo. Oh, I did. I did put the B in. Where do I feel like I didn't put the bamboo B in? Bamboo. Bamboo. Have I just typed it a bunch of times now that didn't look real for a second? Maybe that's what it was. Anyway. Okay, we're gonna call it bamboo. It can also belong in a museum. And that's just how I'll indicate anything that goes with Indiana Jones. Prop bamboo.zip. Copy. Oops, go to our add-ons folder, put it in there, restart Blockland. So I'm thinking after this, because I'll be done pretty soon with the outside. Whoops, I gotta turn it on, hold on. I think we'll have time to do a little bit of the inside as well. Where are you, props? Bamboo, there we go. Okay. if I did everything right, which we got so lucky with the stone facade, I did that without even having to try it or test it. It just worked immediately, and I was like, cool. The bamboo should work right too. And we should be able to rotate when we rotate the item the item direction. We should be able to make them look a little bit different. I just had a really morbid thought. I was like, what if I choked on my bread? And that would suck. And then the secondary thought I had was, has anyone died on stream yet? It has to have happened by now, right? Somebody had to have died while streaming. I'm not saying I want to know about it. Like, don't just link me to it, but I feel like that's something that's happened to somebody. Alright, so anyway, back to this. So now, I want to get a proper little brown brick going here. Doesn't sound like I was talking about poop at all. Alright, and now I should be able to, where to go? There we go. Item, bamboo. Okay, didn't appear in the center like I thought it would, but that's okay, it doesn't have to. This is not something that will appear on camera the wrong way anyway. But that really does give us a nice bit of background foliage. Bad kitty. Knock everything down. Also, you could try to steal some bread. Have that piece. Anyway, so let's see. So rotating it should work. So I should just be able to start placing these places, and it should start to look right. Yeah. I mean, and then, because you got to remember, obviously the top doesn't look so great. It's kind of clipping through the tree there. But the angle we're only ever going to see is this. I'm never going to really cut beyond the top of that. You know, so it just has to... What are you doing? I gave you bread. I gave you some bread. Do you want some more bread? You shouldn't have too much bread. You're a cat. But it's whole wheat bread. You can have some. Here, you want some too, puppy? Okay. But anyway, yeah. So the shot will never really be above, like, here. You know, I'll just make sure that the camera never goes up. Because even the camera going up past the trees doesn't look that great. But now, I should be able to put some bamboo all over the place. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. You can even put some bamboo on the top. I didn't think about that. There would be some shooting up here, probably. Just change the direction that each of these go in. Probably put some bamboo back here. And that's starting to look like the Indiana Jones set. You know? Like, we're getting right where I want it to look. I'm also going to, while I have it, get out of duplicator mode. Since some of these might show up on camera, I am going to build the bricks around them. Oh, that looks way better. But whatever, I don't have to do them all the same. But yeah, so that's just immediately like sets that apart. So there you go. So that looks like it's actually growing. But that gives us our facade, you know what I mean? And now there's enough foreground detail to really like sell this as like the place. And we're actually far enough away. You better not. We're far enough away from over here. We don't really need to fill that in. That can be its own little facade. Oh my god. I just got done saying how I was glad that none of my water bottles got dipped. Bad kitty. Anyway, I might still fill in some like I might make some fake foliage or something to just fill in that background, because there's a few empty spots here. Yeah, I'll get that in a second. But it just depends on depends on where the angles actually end up being. Because like, I mean, I'm thinking most of the angles will be like here, and Indy will probably whip the guy over here. I don't know. So let's pull the water level back up, because now we get to do the final step that I was talking about, which is I like to light my scene. So let's go back to our... So like, as you can see, Indiana Jones, and this is something I've noticed while going through and watching the film again, Indiana Jones uses a lot of shadows. A lot of stuff is in darkness. So a lot of what Blockland's lighting already initially looks like is it's a bright, sunny day. So we need a sunny day that has a lot of shadow. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to... And also, I got to think about where I want the light source to really be coming from. And so I want the sun azimuth to be pointing this way. So let's get that looking right. So we're going to go into... So the sun, the sky box is fine, because I don't really think there's a better sky box for... Yeah, I'm going to stick with... Actually, that might even be better. What does that look like? That gives us some more clouds, some realistic clouds. I like how that looks. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. I am still going to mess with the lighting some more, but I think for the purposes that we've got going on here, that this works. So, let me get that thing out of the microwave so it stops beeping at me. Go. I have gotten extremely lucky that any time that the water has spilled, it has not landed on anything. Well, my Vive controller got a little wet, so that's probably not great, but didn't get soaked or anything. It just got a little damp. So most of it looks like it was paper products down here on the floor, and then the carpet, I guess. Whatever. I was gonna clean the carpet with water anyway. Okay, so yeah, let's play around with the lighting then. So environment, we're gonna go. So we do want water. I'm gonna turn the water on, and then we're gonna go to advanced. And so now, first thing I like to do. So really, right away, so I know that the shadows are going to have to be dark, right? Because Indiana Jones clearly has dark shadows. Now black is looking like a little too dark, because now we're kind of hiding everything. But let's pull some stuff up. Let's make it some grays. There we go. That is already, like, that's kind of the shadow level that we need to achieve the I don't know how well that's showing up on stream, but you get the point. Ambient light, same thing. We're going to pull it down a little bit more. And what's the color? So everything's pretty golden-y. So we kind of want some yellows in here. So Forget which direction makes yellow. There we go. And there we go, okay. So we want some kind of gold in here for the ambient light. Yes, and then direct light. So same thing. Just some orange. And now, when we flip our sun azimuth around, we want the shadows to kind of fall right about there, I think. And we can kind of play with the elevation here too, to really get exactly what I want in the light. And so now I'm actually even looking and I'm kind of thinking maybe direct light can be more white. How does that look? So again, this is a pretty intense color palette we got going on, but it kind of gives us the illusion of the dark shadows that an Indiana Jones movie is shot with. And I might have to play around a little bit more. This is actually a little too bright still, so let's fix that. And it's also just a little too gold for that matter. So let's pull that down maybe into a more of a tan, and then direct light, just pull it down into a gray. And that's kind of better. That's better. It's not bad. It's just it's missing something. I'm not sure what it's missing, and I think it's that there's no shadows on this side. So I think maybe what I need to do is I need to add more trees and maybe more bamboos. That might be what I want. So let's do a special. Let's clear this cart and go back to foliage and trees, wherever that is. Here we go. Tree base, tree marshmallows, tree wedge, probably. That'll be what we use. So let's just build some trees here, just to add some shadows. And they can be this dirt color because they're probably not even going to really show up on camera. I just want to add some more density to the shot, and so that the foreground has something going on in it. Alright, and then real quick, make this green. Oh no. Okay, whatever. It doesn't have to be perfect. I would like it to fit with the tree, though. There we go. Let's do that till it clicks. Okay, so that gives us a little bit more. And so now, how are we looking? So this is really like, this is a nice dense jungle scene, you know? And I think the last thing I want to do, I think this will add to the mystique that I'm trying to accomplish here. And I might still play with this lighting a little bit. I'm still not, there's something about it that's just not perfect, but I'm going to figure that out. But I think I do want to add real quick while I'm at it. This should be out of camera. I'm just going to add one player's light on the top of this over here. There we go. Just so that's out of camera. Just so that lights up. See how that lights up the inside too? This is like playing with light like if you were doing actual cinematography, right? This is playing with that light to just give yourself these little like extra bits of information. It was just a little too dark. And the way Blockland's lighting works is it's not perfect, obviously. So, you know, I went with this brick here to give the light on the inside so that it would give us just enough of a detail. But I think that really sells that as that being the entrance so that the eye can see all of that going on. And I do think I want to add some more bamboos here. So I am going to Honestly, I'm just going to duplicate this 4 here, just so that I know it will always be right. And I'm gonna add some bamboos to the foreground. Just sort of trying to place them at random. Okay, and then I also want to... Which one is it? This one? Okay. No. This one. There we go. So... Oh, well that made it all... That made it worse. Hold on. Alright, fine. They can all be north-facing. I don't care. Oh, that one doesn't work. Hold on. I don't like this one. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Hate when I do that. I guess I could load. You know what? I know this is silly, but that will load that exact brick back. I want that exact brick right there. There we go. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of doing it. Because again, like I said, this is the shot, right? This is as high as the camera will see. So the bamboo will kind of just go off. We won't just see the... and even if we did see some of the edges, it's not that bad. They climb up like real plants, you know? So immediately we've got our what we want. I think the only thing that could make this a little bit better now is, I guess, probably some rocks, right? I think I still have some rock shapes in here as part of my foliage thing going on. And you know what else? Maybe some of these cobwebs. I feel like we could use some of those as well. So let me see if I found my rocks. I thought I had rocks. Maybe I don't have any rocks. That sucks. I can go get rocks, but it's like... I thought I had these things already installed. No, I guess not. No rocks. Okay, alright. That's fine. We can make some rocks. I'll do some rounds. Some 1x1 studs and some 2x2 rounds, flats. We'll do a classic, classic build technique of just, you know... I guess I should probably build these first, huh? And then fill in the gaps later. I mostly just want these to sort of be peppered around, you know? Like, the idea is that this was when they carved the stone facades that we have inside, you know, they probably left some stones around. I don't know. That's my headcanon as to why these stones are here. There we go. And the last touch I think I'd like to add is a little bit of a trail. So I am going to kind of paint some trail dirt. So there's a bit of a path that just gives it a little bit more of a visual indicator that this is the idol temple. And I think we're gonna have, yeah, there we go. I think we're gonna have water fill up to this, I mean. So let's do that real quick too. Oh, I don't like that you can, okay, real quick as well. This is just something that I have noticed that you can do. You can hide the light shine behind, there you go. Hide it behind a brick. Still gives off the light in game, but no longer shows up on your camera as a glare that actually like produces. This is looking really great. This is exactly what I wanted this to look like. I'm really happy with how good this turned out. Oh, that's not good. I don't think we lost any grapes. Grapes are no good for dogs. I need to make sure there's no grapes on the floor when things fell. But this looks looking great. This is looking fantastic. And again, these are all just a couple of special shapes, right? Like the facade bricks to make the walls look the way I want them to. And then the bamboo sticks to just give it a little bit more foliage of a look. And I was able to reuse those bases so that they look just right. And they look part of Blockland too, you know, they look like they split off correctly. And everything's shaded right. I don't know, that's the trick. So yeah, like I was saying, I'm gonna put the river here, I think, because this is where Indy and the rest of the team are gonna like show up, and that's where he's gonna whip the guy who with the gun. So let's pull the water up one more time too, so that we can save our. Oh, and what was I was thinking? The ambient light needed to come down a little more. It was a little bright. I think that's better. Okay, water height. Whoa, too high. Right about there. That looks pretty like the river. And the watercolor even. Let's look back at our screenshots again. The water's kind of a greenish, like greenish color. So we're going to add a little more green to it. And a little less blue. And a little more red. And now in this light, it kind of looks like piss. But it's not exactly piss. It's kind of the color I want it to look like, you know? So neat. Alright. So yeah. Let's pull up, well, let's put me in the Indy hat standing here. Because obviously I don't have all the costumes yet. But I have the hat. And the hat's not perfect, but it's good for pictures. Let's put me in the hat and see what this looks like. Take a quick screen grab of that. Bum ba dum bum. Oh no, you can see this. Okay, hold on. So again, same thing, same fix. Just pop that in there. I kind of want to, yeah, I want to see him. So that's pretty good. Do I want to add light there? I might. I hadn't thought of that. Okay, so what we could do there, so here's what I like to do to add some, so if I do decide I want to add one more light, I'll usually grab something like, oops, where is it? Here we go. Like a 5x1. Put it up. Make it invisible. Surrender it to 0. And then if we put a light, just another player's light over here in the corner, does that light up the player that I link? No, not really. And now we just have a floating light that doesn't look really good. I guess what I really probably want a light over here, don't I? Let's see. Maybe I can get away with it if I bury it like this. That might work. Yes. Because that, oh yeah, because yeah, that adds just a little bit more, because if I turn it off, I just want to see. Yep, okay, yep, big difference. Yep, I want that light. I like that light. Okay. So I'm going to put it behind these bricks again, because I think that worked. And then player's light sound. Alrighty, and then that shouldn't show up too bad on any camera if I make this look like a dirt pile. But I just fill in like that. Yep, there we go. And so that'll add that little bit of light for the players' faces. That should be it. That should be the right shot. So actually, yeah, let's take that shot real quick. Do 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 do. So like from back here. And then something like, if we were to take some liberties, like could we? We got some good shots, you know? We've got a lot of good possibilities. Okay, so that's all right. So let's save before we forget. Like I said, make sure you always save. Idle temple, save, and then same thing I need to save because this will be important later for consistency. I need to save my environment settings too, so I do have that add-on, and I will call this idle temple as well. And that way my saves all coincide with each other. Oh, I guess I can't use underscores, it'll just make it a space, but that's okay. And that looks pretty good. It doesn't look as dark as I wanted it to look still, so maybe I can play with the shadows a little bit more real quick before I might save that environment again. Because now that I put that extra, I'm thinking I might be able to get away with, whoops. Oh, there you go. So there's where we started. Here's what we've created. So you can see immediately we're getting closer to the look that Spielberg and co. created. I'm thinking I can actually probably get away with full black shadows this time, now that I have that light in there. And I think I can actually get away with making this a bit darker too. That is far more dramatic. I think maybe a little bit more green and red. That's kind of better, isn't it? Because now we've got the full shadows. We can still see our characters. And everything that's like kind of an... Oh, you know what else I forgot? We can also try, I bet you this will help, a little bit of fog sometimes. So I'm going to turn the fog down to black, right? I want to see if this does what I think it does. If I pull the fog distance in... Oh, and pull the visible distance back. There. Now, I can kind of darken the background just a teensy bit more. Now, it doesn't work for certain shots, obviously. We're going to not necessarily keep it for every shot. But this does give us a lot more moody of a light. And that's what I wanted. I really wanted it to look more like Indiana Jones and how they shot it. Because it's supposed to be bright day, but it's also supposed to be, you're in the canopy of the jungle. You know, you're supposed to see all these really dark shadows. So I like this. I think this is good. However, I am thinking I'm going to save this as Idle Temple 2. Because I kind of want to be able to have both. Because that's not too bad. And that's better for these kinds of shots, right? Where it is a wide, and I am going to probably see the background there. But then I'm going to want, when I have these other shots, and I want that fog turned on when we're getting really close in right here, so that we really see, you know, this background stuff. Because if I get really close to the character, yeah, see how it makes the background in the jungle look black? Because it really fogs that stuff out, just like as if it were how they do it in, how they're doing it in the screenshot that we're looking at. You know how they're doing. Here, I'll pull it up. In this screenshot, or in these screenshots, see how dark? But there's like, you can clearly see that the sun, or in this case, I think they're on a sound stage, like Pinewood Studio or whatever. So I think this is actually just a light. But see how the background behind Indy and whatever is, can you stop bumping the microphone? You are being annoying. I know you want my food. You can't have any. Do not step on the keyboard. If you step on the keyboard, I'll be very upset. This is not kitty food. You will eat after the stream. Because I have to make you food. No, I fed you today. Yeah, you're just being bad. Okay, anyway. But yeah, so you see what I mean, though. How they did this, where obviously that's probably just... That's where the set ends. There might even be a wall there. So we want to create that in Blockland. So that gives us some good foliage. So now I can save this. I'm going to save this one more time because I know I saved it, but I just want to make sure I save it again. And there we go. Okay, so that's our exterior shot where we can do all sorts of stuff with Indy I would have done some filming. I still could do some test filming, I guess. But I don't have any of the props. I don't have any of the stuff that I need yet. So I'm going to worry about that later. So right now we've got about 40 more minutes. So what I am going to do is I'm going to clear these bricks. We're going to just, I'm going to clear all the bricks. I'm going to change my environment back to just a simple environment. Just go back to the standard whatever sky I was using before. I think it was this one, maybe. Oh, I got the snails? Wow, I got the snails. Alright, whatever. Oh, this has water. I don't want water. None water. There we go. Okay, default, whatever. So I'm back to the default. So now we can start to work on... So this is what I mean when I say... So we're not going to get through the whole thing because we only have 45 minutes, but we're going to get through a little bit of how I will build the interior of the temple. So this is what I mean when I say about everything in Blockland movies, Machinima. Everything is like hallways. And this is going to be no exception. So we're going to have to look at our hallway here, right? So let's pull up our screenshots again. Our Indiana Jones screenshots, I mean. So let's see. So we're moving past this. So now we've got this area to worry about. So we're going to build this area. We've got to build this area. And we got to build this area. And then this corner, this area. Whoa, why does that look like that? That's weird. Something got fucked up in that regard. So, okay, that's a bad screenshot. Don't know why that happened. We'll figure that out later. So there's the idol. Let's pull up, can we pull that back up? Indiana Jones? Right where we were? Can I find where we were? Come on. There we go. No, I want to see the whole thing again. I want that. We did. Oh, was it that short? So it was the idol. He looks. There it is. That's the shot. Okay. No, why didn't you pause? I wanted him to not be in the shot. Christ. I'll do it one more time. There. Okay. Print screen. Let's go back into Photopia. And let's have our actual screenshot. Oh, that's what happened. I tried to move something or whatever. I must have filled it in. Okay. There we go. So we don't need this filled in one. Alrighty. So anyway, yes, I gotta build all these areas, but what you can tell is that this is all a soundstage. So this means we don't have to be as organic. We can get away with some of our hallway-y type shapes. So let's start with our spider cave. Let's go all the way down to this screenshot here. So this is our, so we already can tell that it's like, it's kind of carved out, right? And it looks like it's stone, but it's got some organic-y carved shapes. So we're going to start with a base plate, probably a 16 by, I'm going to clear these. I am going to need those cobwebs again, but we're going to go with a 16 by 16 base plate, and I'm going to get some ramps, and I'm going to get this one, 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 this one. Because I'm going to use the old technique of using the ramps to create organic cave shapes that are rounded. So start with like that, something like that. Oh, and actually, because of how this is going to work too, I also want 45-degree guys as well. If I can find them, there's that one and that one. There we go. Oh, that. No, okay, that is all of them. I just got rid of the base plate. That's fine. But I guess since I did open up that extra row, I should grab my cobwebs and a little bit of my foliage to have waiting for me when I need it. Okay. Power of the idol messed up the screenshot. That's exactly what happened. Alright. So, this is what I was trying to achieve here. So I want the walls to feel rounded out. So I want to make sure that they all kind of round into that way. So what would this look like? That's good, but that's kind of tall. So that's not going to really go what I want. So we'll use those later. Maybe something like that. And then something like this. That's pretty good. So then we're going to duplicate. Oh, can you please get down? Yeah? Yeah. You're a little menace, you know that? Oh, well, that was your fault. She made the microphone fall. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. So something like this, right? And so what I'm looking at... Oh, you're not watching me in Blockland, so I can do this. What I'm looking at is that cave kind of curves, but not super much. So I don't have to create too weird of a shape here. Oops, don't want to be duplicated right now. So let's do this. Let's do something like this shape instead. Oh, not that way. I mean like this. And then one of these. And that should line up with one of these. And that should give us that shape as well. And now, if I did this right, what I should be able to do is just take this, line up these guys, and just move them over 1, 2, like that. And so now the cave kind of curves just a little bit, right? And it's got just enough, but I'm gonna have to fill in. To make it look like rock face, because obviously there's some holes in here. But I'm gonna fill these in. So let's go grab. Let's clear this cart real quick. Let's grab all of the different shapes of bricks that we're gonna need. So I'm gonna need these at least for sure. Because I want to fit that in there like that, and that in there like that, and just fucking go all the way up. Because I don't need to optimize this for any reason. Okay. And then because I'm going to be super lazy, I am going to just duplicate my shapes where I need them. Same thing. This one is this, but this one uses this. Ooey. Alright, up. Same thing again. Duplicate my shapes. Because I'm a lazy motherfucker. Cool. And now, I can do again what I did, right? How did I do it before? I lined them up, and I just moved over like that. Moved over like that, and I made them like that. And that should have filled that all in. And it did. Perfect. So this is our entrance to our cave. So now we can take this thing, duplicate it one more time. We should be able to line up our hole, our cave hole, so to speak. Cave Johnson here. Cave hole. And we can kind of just direct it back to, yeah. And then that's it. That's what I was thinking of, like, as for the cave. And then I'll put another 16 by 16 on top. And then that will lead into the shaft of light area that Indy shows Alfred Milana. I don't remember his character's name. Don't really care. just going to line these up so that they're at least whole. They don't have to be perfect. But yeah, so now, so what we need from here, from this area, is we're going to need some hell of all of our foliage, right? So we're going to probably want to take another 16 by 16, place it down here, paint it the brown that we were using, because that's going to be our floor, and then we can probably get away with what? All the foliage that I have. And we want it to be green, like the outside foliage. Oops. And I'm going to start with some leaves on the ground. And that's going to probably really sell some of it to begin with. And then I was thinking of some of these at the entrance, probably. Could even go on that, but I think it'll fit better on there. Some of the hanging ones here at this side. Or no, actually, no, I do want to have it hang off. Okay, some more of the bamboos. You know, just to like kind of, and then what we can also do, hey, you know what, I want to look at something real quick. This bamboo, this might work. I don't think it will, but item bamboo. Oh yeah, east, south, west, north, no, east, south. Alright, south is pretty close. But that's going to probably work for my purposes anyway, because I'm not going to rotate this. I am just going to build a couple of these. Just so we have some of those bamboo shoots from earlier, because if I do this right, from the outside, we should be able to just see this shot. Nah, they look like they're floating, so that's a problem. So we got to fix that, but so yeah, let's just undo those. I'll put those somewhere else. Actually, you know what? Yeah, here's what we could do. Oops. Put them on these, because that's what they fit on anyway. And then, when they're out of camera like that, I'm going to rotate some of these as well. So, like this one east, this one south, this one west, this one east, this one south, this one west. There we go. Now, if I did that right. Yep. So that's perfect. So the last thing I want to do is just create some quick fake dirt. Oh, base plates. So fake dirt, I mean, it's not like the official or whatever or anything, or it's not even something I necessarily call it per se. It's just it's anytime I make a facade that's supposed to look like the outside of that last, you know, place we were in. So this is supposed to imitate, yeah, that's pretty good. But we also have areas that will show up on camera, so we're gonna have to do this. There we go. So actually, first I do want to probably that should do it. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, so from back here, that looks pretty much like you're from the other area looking out, right? So that's the idea with that. So again, that's super simple shapes, just created like the exact. And the only thing I don't like actually now is I don't like the way that the roofs. If my game had crashed right then, I would have been very sad. What are you holding? Oh, right. The vines. Okay. Well, alright, I'm going to clear these for just a second because I don't like how the roof turned out. It looks too flat. I'm going to build them in on themselves so that they actually meet at a peak. I think that'll look right. So let's get rid of these. Clear this cart. The little bit of visible sky through the bamboo looks good too. Yes, yeah. That's also part of it. Is that sometimes like getting the skybox to like meld with it as well. So I want these and I want these. I want the gray I was using, which I think is this. Yep. So how do I want to do this? Thinking probably, yeah, close them off like that. Oh, I got the corner? Dang it. Didn't mean to get the corner. I meant to get the thing. 45 ramp. There we go. Yes, that works. Okay. So now I should be able to do this too. Oh no, why didn't it? Oh, nuts. Okay. Some of my shapes aren't perfect then. Okay, hold on. So that means we gotta do something different for these. And that's okay. Cool. And now, last but not least, just so I don't have to keep using the special duplicator, should just be able to, yeah, there we go. Okay, now we just line this all up. I think I'm doing this right. I might be able to get away with just going straight here at the end. Yeah, how's that look? Oh, perfect. It just kind of looks like it just looks like the top of a cave. I don't quite like that you can see the bottoms, so I am gonna put some ceiling print bricks on them just to make that look less intrusive, because I don't want it to look like I just duplicated everything, even though that's exactly what I did. But again, this is all about visuals. This is less about you know what I'm trying to say. Less about perfection, more about getting the look right. And right now, the way that the bottom of those bricks show through, it just doesn't look quite right. So there can be a little bit of light shining through, but yeah, there we go. So now with the bamboo and everything else, let me add the hanging plants back. Whee! Alright. I'll just add them right here and here, because this should be easy to just plant them. No pun intended. I'll make them the really green ones, like Ang Lee's Hulk. There we go. Now, when I look at the end here, oh, I just realized I have more of these, huh? I mean, this doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna fill these in. Oh, that's the wrong. It's too dark. I'm gonna fill these in just in case, because you never know. The camera might hit it when you're not thinking about it, and then you look later and you realize, oh shoot, now I gotta cover those anyway. So yeah, so there we go. That's our organic looking like cave shape. Oh boy, that time the microphone just fell on its own. I hate not being able to use my mic arm. I have to use this stupid goosenecks. But anyway, all right, where were we? It is 7:40. We got 20 more minutes, so this is probably where we're gonna end off. But let's add some spider webs. I still have them, so let's add some of our spider webs here. So we're gonna need white. Oh, I'm not even playing in the main. Hold on. There we go. We're gonna need some white spidey webs. Let's see how these build. Oh, perfect. They're gonna let me do it exactly the way I wanted it to. I forgot that these are like that. These are really good bricks. I appreciate whoever made these. Can I go... Yeah... Alright, they're gonna have to just stick out. Whoops. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. There we go, that looks really good. Same thing probably up here, right? Is that doable, or does it not work like that? They probably don't work like that. Nah, yep. Oh, hey, alright, that's where... Okay, we're gonna call that. See if we can't keep... Yes, perfect. Oh, beautiful. Oh, wonderful. Alright, where can we sneak some in? Oh, nice. Okay, we're just gonna try to sneak them in where they work. And just add some decor. Some spider webs. Oops, that can actually probably go higher. There we go. Let's add some of this to the floor here. Because again, I'm not adding the tarantula scene. Like, I don't really care about seeing tarantulas. But I do want to imply that there are spiders here, obviously, because that's how the original scene looks. And it's like, and that looks really good. And so now we can add some of these details too. Which I think it's going to let us do it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Hell yeah. Just try to add these where a spider might actually go, you know. Cool. And then I was thinking some of these, if they'll let me hang them, so to speak. Oh, yes! Just up top. Oh, sweet. Oh, baby, look at that. That is exactly, that is the spidery spider web that I was hoping. Oh, that is beautiful. So there's our spider cave. So look at that. It's a perfect cave. That is so wonderful. Isn't that just, that's the simplistic of the Blockland, is that you can just immediately add these shapes and you get the exact look that you want. Alright, the other thing I am going to add is I don't like how the ground is so what it is. I am going to add some more of our brick greebles. Some quote-unquote stone greebles, I mean. I like adding just a little bit of extra detail where possible. And that usually seems to just enough to break up the ground, the pattern of the brick grid. It really does seem to add just a little bit of something to a build, you know, that just kind of works. So let's one brighter, and let's just add some pebbles, you know. Just some stuff in the corners here. This one, I think I'm even going to go put one of them on it. And now, the only thing I'm worried about here is I'm thinking maybe these cobwebs need to not be colliding. Because otherwise the players or the film bots or whatever are going to... Because I don't care if they have to step on the stones and the stones make them go up and down. I just want these couple of, yeah, I want these cobwebs to be walkable. So actually, real quick, why not? Here's where we can do a little bit of test. So let's do a quick filmbot test. I'm just gonna walk through the cave like I'm Indy, and I'm walking towards the idol. And we're going. And we're going. And pretend I'm holding a torch, because I'll probably add a torch to that too. So there we go. So here's our scene. It's perfect. It's perfect. That's Indy. He walking through the thing. Okay. So now, well, okay, let's save our bricks, because again, let's not call this Idle Temple 2. Which I know is going to get confusing with the way I'll have to remember that the saves, the environment saves, don't all land up. Or I might change the name of this save later. I don't know. Maybe I'll call this Idle Cave or something. Or I'll change the name of the other one to like Idle Outside. But whatever. So actually, I am going to probably mess with the environment though real quick. First of all, let's see. Does Idle Temple 2... Uh-oh. There's water. Forgot about the water. Underwater height. Zippo. No, that doesn't look right at all. So that's okay. So let's go... Let's pull up, just something... Blue space? Yeah, that looks pretty good. No, this is just space, obviously. This is what I use for Block Wars. But let's manipulate this then to work with So okay, so let's go over back to our screenshot. So I'm gonna pull that up real quick so you can see it. So it's real dark. So again, we want our shadows dark. We want our main source of light to be coming from the edge of the cave, or the entrance of the cave rather. So let's do that, right? So first of all, so obviously, again, our sun is going to come somewhere else. So we're going to have to fix that first. So let's turn the sun around so that it's shining from there. And I want it to actually be shining through the cave, which it's not going to shine perfectly with the bricks we've got, but I guess it's not at all, is it? So that's not going to work. Hold on, let me think. We'll just have to have it come from right there. Yeah, okay. So again, direct light we want to be white for now. With maybe a hint of blue. Ambient light we also want to be bright. And then shadows we want to pull them all the way down. Let me see. So that gives us a pretty dark thing, but I'm wondering if I can mess with this. Can I put the kind of light that I think I can put at the edge of this cave? So we're going to put a player's light up here. So this is how we used to do it at Block Wars, old style. Is you just you put a light right at the top, right? And that kind of achieves the look you want. Because like here's our player. So yeah, now you can see him. He steps into the darkness to come into the cave. Which is pretty cool, right? I really like that. But we do lose a little bit. We lose a little bit. So I want some more details. So I'm going to add one more light probably down the shaft of this cave. Why are you looking at my shoe? What's on my shoe? Leave it alone. Alright, player light. Let's add another one. Let's see how that looks. That kind of does it for me. That illuminates the cave in the right way. And then you get this nice, like, Indy stepping into the shadows and then back into the light to see him so that he's actually entering that cave. And it's kind of like, then the closer he gets, and he'll be holding, you know what, I should also mention, he'll be holding an orange light. Because I'm going to I want to make a torch item. Oh, no, I think a torch item already exists. So real quick, just for the sake of this test shoot, I'm going to change this light to orange. And imagine that that's the light that Indy's going to be carrying. Oh, and that just does it. Now, it won't be that bright, because if I have to modify the torch, I will. But honestly, that's beautiful. That is something, man. That is just, that is looking good. Let's take some screen grabs of this while we're at it. So I think that orange kind of really sets it, you know, like... But actually, I don't know. The more I mean, it's a really good look, but I mean, for the movie, that might be better for screenshots than anything else. What's bright look like? Or not bright, sorry, I meant maybe, here's what I meant to do. What if this is player's light? And then this one at the entrance is bright, because that's where we want it to really look like we're getting the atmospheric effect of the sun, you know, being so bright that that's what's illuminating. Ooh, now that really does. That gives you, and then look at the way that the color theory is that you're stepping from this world of bright warms into dark black and whites. And it's Indy entering this cave of darkness. And I think another thing I could try, hang on, I'm gonna fill can. I have the bricks at a gray. I could even make them, I can make them darker too. Oops. Fill can. There. Ooh, yeah, okay. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Ah, oh, that is exactly what it needed to look like. That is exactly what it needed to look like. And that is, again, that took all of what? The 45 minutes we had until I was, like, ready. Now, obviously, yeah, I got more. I got to build up. You know, I'm not saying we're completely there. But for what we're looking at, this is great. This is exactly what I want. This is going to turn out exactly what I think it's going to turn out like. This is going to work, I think, pretty well as a nice little parody. Because I have all these ideas, I think, to how we can do this. And obviously with Lego Indiana Jones already existing, you know, that gives me a lot to work with. I'm gonna take a couple more screenshots. I can't help myself. Because I know he's not wearing the right outfit, and I know the hat's not completely fixed yet, but... Oh, the silhouettes look so beautiful. And Indian shadow, that's the thing. I'm so happy with shadows and shaders is that I'll be able to mess around with making things in shadow. I think the last thing I might add, actually, is maybe one more light here at the end of the cave. Let's see what that looks like. That might be exactly right. Because now we get all of the cobwebs are illuminated. And Indy is still in shadow as he walks through the cave. So it's like, and again, he'll be holding probably the torch item. So that's pretty good too. Oh, sorry, Filmbot, I got in your way. Let me take one more screenshot here. What happens if I take a depth of field screenshot? Well, I have to crouch to do that. Well, no, I don't have to crouch to do that. Oh, okay, I guess Indy is in focus. That works. That works. What did that look like? I want to see that real quick. Here, let me pull up. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. Go back to add-ons, then go Blockland, go to screenshots. Here we go. Whee! Oh, it's going to open up in Photoshop. God dang it. I hate that that's the default. I just want to look at it in photo viewers. Here we go. Whatever. Oh, look at that. Some depth of field. That's beautiful. I'm really happy with that. It's a little bright. It's a little bright. A little overblown back there, maybe. Maybe the bright light isn't right. But it also, I don't know. I mean, it adds to what I want. It adds to this, like, the cave is the thing, you know? I really got it. Photoshop does not need to be open right now, but whatever. Let me look at some of these screenshots. Ooh. That's before I added the light to the front there. I think that's okay. And then I'm also thinking, so here's another trick that I like to do, right? So while we're here, we're in space. Oh, let me save this. Oh, hold on real quick. I need to change the sky so that it's still green or blue. Save this as idle cave. There. And then that should be, that's all my, yeah, and then now the sky can still show through if it has to, and all my colors and stuff are right. Okay, but anyway, and I might get rid of this light if I don't decide I like it. But here's something I was about to think of, and now I lost it. Hold on, give me a second. What was I thinking of? Oh, I remember. Okay. The last thing I want to do is a little bit of environmental. So we got only like 4 more minutes until I was going to end the stream. I'm going to do this real fast. So I'm going to load all black. So I use all black for some different stuff, but here's what I really like to use it for, right? So let's make ourselves a essentially a fog machine. Oops. And we're going to just emit fog A. Right? And then now... that's actually a little heavy. Is it fog B I want in this instance? Yeah, fog B looks better. Okay, so I'm gonna just get it just out of view, and basically what I'm doing is I'm creating a maskable fog. Now obviously I can't record it right now because normally I use OBS to record my video, but I do have I should have in my Block Wars episode 3 footage, large icons. Let me see if I know I've shot some of this for Block Wars recently. Yeah, here we go, for the end scene. Alright, let me open this up in VLC and grab a screenshot of it. There we go. Okay, so I just want to grab video, take snapshot. It's going to go in user pictures, blah, blah, blah. Since I am in Photoshop, I guess I might as well use it. But where are we? So pictures. Find the snapshot I just took. Here it is. Open. Take it. Paste it on top. So now the idea is, now when I have this in the video editor, I can just essentially, just like I would, here we go, my layers. I'm going to turn the blend mode to screen. Oh, why are there 2? Should only be 1. Okay, there you go. But you see the effect. I'm going to delete that layer because we don't need it. I guess I made a copy. But there, see? Now, and that's the best part too. And now if I really want to, while I'm in the video editor, I can also, of course, apply a garbage mat or whatever, you know, I want onto it. And so if I wanted to, say, isolate Indy just here in the center, that's a little, but literally, like, just isolate him in this, like, area here, you know, I could do that. It still looks a little bad. Maybe just a little bit bigger. Because I want it to be sort of organic. Maybe 1,000? Is that? Yeah, something like that. There. So there, that's what I'm thinking. Like, that's an immediate, just put a mask on it. And then I can probably even take the opacity down a little bit as well. Just to add just a little bit of atmospheric. And so that's when, so and then think about that too. When you're in Blockland and it's playing, right, this is what it's actually, what you're seeing, is you're seeing that texture. You're seeing it as it emits over top of the footage. And so you get just that hint of it being a little bit of an atmosphere going on inside the cave. So it's just a very subtle look to it. So that's something I'll use. So let me go back and actually make sure I save my bricks again. I'll get rid of my fog machine because I don't need it. I'll put my screenshot right here. Save my bricks because I don't think I've saved these. We'll save them as Idle Cave. Or did I save it as Idle Temple too? I did. Okay. We are going to name this Idle Cave. We're going to make a new save. I'll delete the old Idle Temple too so that I can remember all of my environment files go together. But yeah, alright. So that is 8 o'clock exactly. So that gives me exactly where I wanted to be. But we got a lot done today. So I showed off... What did I show off today? So I showed off how... My cat is still bumping the mouse. I showed off how I make special bricks with the facade and how I like to use all the different... you know, like, I mean, sometimes you make them yourself. If I had my BLB importer and it was working, I would have grabbed those foliage bricks directly from Blockland files themselves. But yeah, so that's basically how I create all of my stuff. And so then I just went through the building process, which is obviously building for the idea of the shot. You know, never building for anything more than what, you know, the camera's going to see, and stuff like that. And then so next week, so I am going to keep working on this. Really what I want to do is I'm trying to get the script done. Because like I said, I only have 3 or 4 pages. Like, well, I have 3 pages right now. I'd like to get the script done so that I can get the voices recorded, because I am going to just do a scratch track of myself. Probably it'll just be me doing all the voices like in Block Wars, because at this point I don't really need to. I mean, I'll ask if somebody wants to voice act. Obviously, I know people who know voice actors, so we'll get maybe some voice actors involved as we go. But until then, at the very least, I'll record a scratch track of myself. But once I have the voices recorded, then we can actually do some filming. So I'm hoping by next week I will have the rest of these sets completed, so the rest of the temple set, and then I will also have, if I'm lucky, I'll have the script done, or at least what I'm hoping is I can have the script done for the opening scene, so that I can do that opening scene and I can show you how I use film bots to film that exact thing. So yeah, so there you go. So that's our start. Let me put it back onto the right environment, because it's like now my brain just will not see it as anything other than what it's supposed to be. There we go. That looks much better. Okay, yeah. But yeah, so that gives us the look that we want, and so I can just switch it back to me, I guess, because I don't need the Blockland or anything else open. But yeah, so that's how I do all my stuff. That's how everything works, and I'm going to continue this series as well as just showing you how I make this stuff. And I mean, once we get to actually filming, I think that's going to be really interesting, because that's where a lot of the magic happens, so to speak. And then I'm thinking also, maybe I won't do... I don't think I'll make it so that every single one of these streams is always Indiana Jones. If I can help it, I might do another Hangout stream, like, here soon, next week or the week after. Just because I was thinking about it, I was like, that was fun, and everyone seemed to enjoy themselves, and I don't want to make it so that it's like it's always just me working. But the plus side to it being me working is that you do get to watch me as I do stuff, so you get to see the behind-the-scenes practice. I am going a little bit over because I started a little bit late. I didn't get started until like 4:10, so I don't mind if I go a little bit later. But yeah, so yeah, I guess that was really all I had to say, though. I don't really have anything else. I got water dumped on me tonight. I got stuff done. And yeah, this looks great. Alright, so now you know, that was the sneak preview, too, of what I guess the next project coming out of BLC Clan and Swahili Studios is going to be. It's probably going to be... I still haven't come up with a title. Thinking probably want to put the word Rock Raider in there somewhere, because like Rock Raiders of the Lost Ark is funny. But I don't know if I want to just call it Rock Raiders of the Lost Ark, because that's kind of silly. I might call it Brickiana Jones. I might call it something else. I don't know. If you have a better idea for a title, it's cool to see anything Blockland related going on, especially Machinima, so go look into the work process. It's appreciated. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad. But yeah, I feel like there's a... I'm not that I do things differently than anybody else. I don't. But like I feel like I've learned a lot of different things over the years of making this stuff, that it's like... oh, you're welcome. I'm glad I was able to provide you with, at the very least, if I was just the background noise as you did something else and you just had me on. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I've picked up over the years of just having done this now. God, for fucking 20 years. That's a scary number to say out loud, but yes, I have been doing this for 20 years. At this point, I've put in my 1,000 hours. I know how to make these stupid things, so... Oh, you know, I just remembered, though. How am I going to do filming when I'm streaming, because I use OBS to record? I'm going to have to figure something else out to stream. Maybe I can have 2 OBS clients running at the same time? Will it let me do that? OBS is already running. You're meant to do this. Please shut down. Yeah, okay, alright. I'll have to figure out some other way to record. I'll have to use Hypercam, unregistered Hypercam or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll get Fraps or something. I mean, I don't know. There's got to be a plethora of different ways to capture footage from a video game. I mean, I guess even, you know what? Even if I absolutely had to, I could actually just change all my stream settings to record settings and just record the stream while I'm streaming it, and then take the stream videos and edit them while we're still streaming. I don't know. There's options. We have options. But okay, so that's about 8:05. So that's about when I actually started, was 4:05. So thank you everybody who came. Like I said, I'll be doing this again 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday, where we will be doing probably more Indiana Jones, and I will probably want to open it up to voice chatting or something at least. Maybe I'll try to meld the two, do a hangout with Indiana Jones. I don't know. The only problem is when I'm doing the hangout stuff is I I get distracted so easily that it's hard to get working on this stuff. So, but especially too when I get to actually start filming, I do want to potentially bring in real players because I haven't done that in a while. I'll start most of the production with film bots, but I will probably do a few scenes where I actually use real people. But anyway, that was the stream. Thank you for coming. I'll see you all next week. Have a good one. Bye-bye.